Oh.
Three hours. And Paul, yes, I stayed for the end.
Yeah, you leave that game early, and they should have your picture up at sporting events in which you're not allowed to attend.
So I get a call yesterday. I had a appointment with my dermatologist. I'm waiting to go on about 11:30. And I see the name, and I know why he's calling. Guy that I'm friends with. He has a friend from his business who's loaded, has a suite at Hard Rock. Calls me at 11:45, offers me a suite ticket. No, I'm going. Thanks.
Nice.
No problem, EB. Did you get a hold of him? That's what I said. I said, unless you got one more, no bueno. Were you watching? Did you think that was pass interference?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
That was right in our end zone. It was, that was right on. I mean, that was an awful call.
No, I didn't.
It's funny when Notre Dame kicks there with however many seconds left before they kick they punt. They get that hands to the face. They don't get a first down. They punt, and Brian looks at me and he goes, Penn State's going to come down here and score. I said, or is he going to throw an interception that counts? He throws an interception. Brian just looks at me like, what the hell? Loved it, DC. Most fun I've ever had a game where I didn't have a dog in the fight, that's for sure. Guy I went with, he was neutral. He went to Illinois. He's from Chicago, so he even said, he goes, I'm kind of rooting for Notre Dame, but we actually went to visit his friends before the game when we got there. They were all Penn State fans, so he was torn. They need to just put Love on ice for 10 days because there's a big difference when he's in the game between he and the other back.
By the way, there were some man runs for touchdowns in that game. I mean, there were some, grown-ass man runs in that game by both sides.
I agree. I thought Notre Dame, and it's because they ran through it. I thought Notre Dame missed a lot of tackles throughout the game.
Oh.
But it's because of what you speak of.
That's the best.
It was perfect effing football weather.
That's the best pair of Penn State running backs tandem since Lydell Mitchell and Franco. I mean, they've had other elite backs. They've had the Kurt Warners, the Blair Thomases,
obviously.
But tandems, wow.
And Penn State's wide receivers didn't have a catch.
Hell, did they have a target? I mean, I only saw the last, 55% of the game, but
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I can't let it rip. I'm in a hotel setting in which that probably is going to get me a knock on the door, as it is. This one of the few times in recent years that I am the spectator and Mark is the one at the game that we will be talking about for a good chunk of the show. How was it?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Right from the get-go. The atmosphere was spectacular. It was a perfect night for football. I know it was cool by Florida temperatures, but for football, you felt like you were at a game. For me, growing up north, I felt like I was a game in the fall in Michigan, in the 50s. No wind, beautiful night. Place was obviously packed. Few more Penn State fans than Notre Dame fans. I would say it was 60-40 Penn State, which surprised me.
It surprised me when you text me that.
As I was walking in, it seemed like it was 2-1 Penn State, but the Notre Dame fan was spending a little more time in the parking lot. They were a little more of a late arriving crowd. We were on the Notre Dame half, if you will. They kind of had it divided, however the tickets were distributed, but we were in the Notre Dame section, not too far from the band, close to the cheerleaders. But there were plenty of Penn State fans around us. And when I looked in the other corners and saw that sea of white, there wasn't a lot of green dotting that, whereas the white was kind of throughout the Notre Dame sections.
Well, it looked great and it sounded great. I mean, it looked and sounded like, hey, this is an atmosphere. This is a national semifinal, if you know what I mean.
And you know this from doing all the SEC games that you've done and now in the Big Ten. With a college game, when there's tension, you can almost feel it. And throughout that game, because Penn State, in my opinion, had opportunities to put the Irish away in the first half, there was that tension in the second half. And then the teams really came to play in the final 30 minutes.
Well, and, this isn't to make my case, but I guess it is. It's why. And, Mark, it turned out 27-24. I wouldn't consider that a low-scoring game. But for a good chunk of the game, it was lower scoring. And I believe there's a lot more tension in a lower-scoring game than there is in a shootout. Because didn't it feel as if, when every first down is significant, so therefore every play becomes significant. It's 2nd and 4, the running play loses 2. Oh my goodness, that feels like a disastrous play. I mean, and that game had that. And then, as is often the case, my theory, Mark, defenses have 50 snaps in them. Modern defenses have 50 snaps in them. And then they largely are figured out and worn out. And we had 31 fourth quarter points last night.
And physically, to me, in the first half, Penn State dominated the line of scrimmage. It was the total opposite of the Georgia-Notre Dame game, where Penn State was getting the edge. They were running the ball. They were doing what they wanted to do, and Notre Dame was struggling. And to get the 3 points before half for the Irish was key. They got the ball to start the second half, had that great drive to tie it, and it's like, all right, game on.
But a terrific game, went down to the end, a big miscue by the Penn State quarterback, and Notre Dame will play for the national championship. First time they have played in a game in which that could clearly be said since 1988. They played in a couple of games, one of which was the Orange Bowl against Colorado in 1990, in which the thought was if Notre Dame won the game, they'd at least get a share of the Natty. And they lost. And then they played in, I think, a Fiat Cotton Bowl in 93, where they thought that if Florida State beat unbeaten Nebraska and they won, that they'd get a share of the Natty. But Florida State finished number 1 in both polls, and Notre Dame finished number 2. But Notre Dame, in 10 days, will do something that they've only done one time in the last 36 years. Line up on a field with a chance to win the national championship. 12 years later, after getting blown out by Alabama, Notre Dame will play either Ohio State or Texas. I don't know about you, Mark. That sounds pretty damn sexy.
There's no doubt. No doubt. Whatever team they get, but since we talk TV ratings a lot on this show and the Buckeyes being the number 1 draw, if it turns out to be Ohio State and we get any sort of a game, could be one of the best numbers college football's ever seen. It really could.
I was talking to a buddy of mine who's hardcore SEC. Hardcore. And he said, we're having trouble in this one. Not only because our Alabamas and our Georgias aren't in it, but, to us, Texas, they like married into the family. I'll be nice to them, I'll treat them okay, but I'm not, warmed up to them yet. And we're like, so I'm supposed to be watching the game against Ohio State being like, go Texas? So it'll be interesting if the South, by the way, if Ohio State wins tonight, it'll be interesting if the South watches.
It will be. You're absolutely right. Because I, saw a few other Big Ten shirts and hats and things like that. There were some Buckeye fans there. There was a Michigan fan there. I didn't see a lot of SEC stuff. They weren't casually going to watch that game. But it was a great atmosphere. I must say, that might be the worst job as a clock operator I've ever seen in the history of sports. I've seen Little League games with better clock operators than what they had at Hard Rock Stadium last night. It was unbelievable. The number of times the referee had to correct them and change the time on the clock. They had the wrong down. They had the wrong down and distance. They had the wrong yard lines. And we were in the end zone. So you kind of need the scoreboard from time to time. It's not as easy to see as when you're just from an angle standpoint. So horrible. And Antoine Staley, who comes on our show often, tweeted out about it. He's like, this is the worst clock. And I'm like, yes, ever. It's terrible. That's my only negative from the game. That, and we had 6 people that sat next to us. They showed up late.
Well, sometimes you can get caught in big city traffic and what have you. Okay.
And then it seemed that they were more interested in getting up and going to get concessions than they were to watch the game. In fact, as the game's about to have its crescendo, the guy gets up and walks away. I'm like, there's 49 seconds left. Where the hell are you going? So that drove me a little nuts. But we had 3 great Notre Dame fans behind us, all in their 20s, 3 girls that all went to Notre Dame, all were friends. 1 lived in Florida, 2 flew down. They got there, and we got to our seats at about the same time and talked to them a little bit. They were all in tears at the end of the game.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
It was cool to see. It really was. But a great night. Like you said, just a terrific atmosphere. And I'm glad that atmosphere was felt by watching on television, because the tension was certainly palatable inside Hard Rock Stadium.
So we've had a quarterfinal with that kind of atmosphere and tension. Maybe not equal atmosphere, but we did have it with tension, with Scatterboo and Arizona State taking Texas to the brink. And now we've had a national semi that we may think about and talk about for a few years. Can we get another one? Ohio State, a solid 6-point favorite against Texas tonight in the Cotton Bowl. I have not looked, nor have I heard about any weather and, how problematic is getting to and playing this game. I know there were tremendous concerns, and needless to say, we've been paying attention to outside forces impacting games because of what has gone on in California with the ravaging wildfires. But hopefully everything is okay in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and everybody can get to and have a festive Cotton Bowl, and hopefully both teams and both quarterbacks show up. All right. I feel badly for Drew Aller, okay, not just because of his final play, but he was not good last night.
No, he wasn't. And Notre Dame didn't have a great pass rush last night. Aller had time. Now, his receivers, we all know, are not good.
Yeah, but Mark, it's the first time in 20 years Penn State played a game in which a wide receiver didn't have a catch. And I'll be honest, I don't know how many targets they had. I know there was one in the first half in which, he went at the wide receiver and the safety, I think, jarred the ball loose. But I don't know how many times the wide receivers were targeted. The 3 tight ends caught 9 balls. 6 by Warren, I believe.
Yes. He is amazing in person, by the way, because he doesn't look fast and yet can run away from people. I don't get it.
I'm telling you, it's the basketball player, all right, in which you're like, oh, come on, we can guard him. I'm as big as him, if not bigger. I'm more athletic than him, and yet always gets open, always finds a way to hit a shot. Yeah, I know. I date myself when I use this reference, but I think he's a combination, and I think that this, brings the two teams. I think it's Dave Casper or Mark Bavaro. Okay, I really do. Because Kelsey, when he came into the league, was far more athletic. The Gonzaleses, the Kittle. I think he's going to get a Kittle comparison. I don't know. I think Kittle has a step on him, but all I know is he gets open.
And he's a load to bring down.
Yes. Although, correct me if I'm wrong, the first time Penn State got down there, and we joked heading into the game that, well, the next time Penn State's near the goal line, they're going to make sure number 44 touches the ball. Didn't they get down there the first time and 44 didn't touch the ball?
Did not touch the ball.
Right. And Aller threw it at the guy's feet and they settled for the field goal?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, haven't we done this already, guys?
David, they didn't target him till late in the first quarter. I'm like, what the hell? Get 44 the ball.
Miller and Moulton. A terrific start, if you will, to our Football Friday, and we are jam-packed with guests. Thanks for being with us, Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X, at Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's the first game I've been to since Georgia Notre Dame, by the way. That's not a minor league stupid game, like a real game.
That's 5+ years then, because that
Yep.
was 2019.
Yep.
So let me get this straight. Are the last 3 college football games that you've gone to in person all involving Notre Dame? You went back.
No,
you
because
went
I
back to see some Michigan State,
I
right?
went to a Michigan State game at Michigan. I went to a Michigan State game in East Lansing.
Okay.
No, and I think but it's Shimcoats. First thing I said to him this morning, I said, "I know how you feel on a Tuesday morning now." Because when that alarm went off at 4:26, I nearly broke the phone against the wall. I set 2 alarms and took a snooze.
Yeah, DC, I have to admit, I feel a little badly for Franklin. I didn't think Franklin did anything to be blamed for. His quarterback had a bad game, and you need to sit down with the quarterback and the offensive coordinator a little bit and go, we couldn't get the ball to the wide receivers. Why was that? I mean, it couldn't have been all Notre Dame. How come we couldn't get the ball to the wide receivers? But now, poor guy, all he can hear about is he can't beat a top 10 team. Also, and I know this sounds silly, wasn't it a good-looking game? I mean, those uniforms, wasn't it a good-looking game? You know, none of this alternative crap. No, these are our colors. These are our colors. It just looked really good.
Yeah, it did. Well, I've said it before. There's nothing better than those helmets in person. Nothing.
And I'm sorry. I swear, if I could mandate it, once we get to the playoffs, you wear your primary uniform, period. End of sentence.
Well, Oregon doesn't have one.
Well, that's true. But then you put the 63 up on a board and you say circle 1. That's what we're going with. Did you take any selfies? Sonny is asking.
No, we had the girls behind us take one picture. Brian, the guy I went with, took a picture of Brian and I with the stadium behind us.
It's like whenever Ohio State wears anything but the Buckeye helmet, I just scream out loud.
Thanks, Paul. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Where Mark is the one dragging more so than me because he was at the Orange Bowl Classic. Notre Dame defeating Penn State in the closing seconds to play for the national championship against the winner of tonight's Cotton Bowl, Ohio State and Texas. The Buckeyes, a solid 6-point favorite. And, I don't think we'll get a game as good as the one you had last night, but with the way Ohio State has run roughshod over two pretty good teams in Tennessee and Oregon, I think our first thought is, hey, can Texas give us a game?
It really is. And, we saw it a little bit last night. Notre Dame lost a couple of linemen, and Penn State was able to really get after Leonard throughout the game and did a really good job rushing the passer. I wonder if, Ohio State's lost some linemen this year, if Texas, with a really good defensive front and a really good defense, can do something to put pressure on Howard.
What'd you think of seeing number 11 in person for Penn State?
He's a force.
How about that? How about that first step?
With not only the first step, every step. I mean, his first steps, but the play where Leonard rolled right and was looking to run, and he chased him down and came from the far side to chase him down. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Can I give you a couple other little observations of things you didn't see on the broadcast? Things that amused me a little bit. One, David, you and I have made a grave error on this show. You more than me.
Okay.
We got to quit picking on Herb Street's dog. The nation loves that dog.
Oh, I know.
Every time that damn dog went on the Jumbotron, people cheered.
And by the way, that's not the real dog.
That's number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that one's a fill-in here.
Gone.
Yeah, that's the understudy brought in 4-6 weeks ago because, the regular guy has gotten sick and died.
Yeah. Well, don't mess with Herb Street's dog. You can mess with Herb Street. Don't mess with the dog. I'm just telling you.
Oh, no, I'm convinced it's why he's got the dog. Okay, he started to get bad Twitter and he got the dog. I'm convinced of it.
Second thing, and this will mean nothing to anyone, but Notre Dame, when they score, the male cheerleaders run the end zone with the Go Irish flags, and they make a lap of the end zone, led by the mascot. He has the very first flag. The last male cheerleader does not have a flag. It seems that his only job, and every time the leprechaun ran with the flag, he lost his hat. The last guy's job, pick up the hat. And finally, wow, do they hate Urban Meyer? I mean, everybody. They inducted Matt Leinart, Urban Meyer, and Vince Wilfork into the Orange Bowl Hall of Fame. And they did that, I think, just prior to kickoff. And they had flags with all their name on them. They brought them out. They had a little podium set up. And Leinart got booed. I get it. The Bush Push, Notre Dame fans, but it was a harmless boo.
Right. It was a respectful boo. It's like, we're booing you because we know how good you were and you beat us. Boo. Congratulations. Boo. Right. One of those. Got it.
But Urban was second. And Urban laughed. I mean, the Penn State fan, the Notre Dame fan, the neutral fan, every fan. He got booed unmercifully by the crowd at the game. And David, man, do I need to bring a bowl to Southwest Florida. Because every commercial break, they had some announcement to make where they brought someone on the field, different charities and different causes that the Orange Bowl money goes to help. And that's all well and good. And they had, from a scholarship winner to a hero that the athlete at North Carolina that passed from cancer. They had his mom out there. They had a bunch. But every time, those folks are flanked by an Orange Bowl committee member in the jacket, in the orange blazer.
Oh, that's a bunch of photos.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do I need that Hertz gold jacket for the Hertz Bowl that I'm bringing to Southwest Florida?
Just for the photo ops?
Oh, it was fantastic.
Just for pictures on the wall?
Yes. And finally, and it always works. I'd had tickets for a while. I got a call yesterday at 11:45 from a friend of mine, and he has a friend who's well-to-do and has a box there. And I knew by the name on my phone and the timing, he never calls me. We're friends because of kids and different things. We don't really hang out, but we're, I would say, good acquaintances more than friends. But he called, and I'm like, I'll be damned. I got offered a suite ticket that I had to turn down at 11:45 in the morning.
That's because you needed a second one, right?
That's it. I said, if you got another one, we're in. But we sat in the 300 levels in the first row, which I don't mind sitting in the end zone. The 50 is great, but the end zone, you can see holes. You see plays break out differently than you do when you're at the 50. And if you're up high at least. So I loved where we sat. But those are some of my, maybe non-football observations, if you will, of last night's Orange Bowl.
How much were the tickets?
David, I honestly have no idea. Brian bought the tickets. He's a coworker of my wife. When I text him for what I owe you, he said, your wife has already taken care of it. And she just said to me, Happy Valentine's Day. So I didn't ask.
Okay, it's probably best that you didn't. Now, back in the day, they used to be on the ticket. Okay, like, did you
But
keep?
we don't have a ticket.
Yeah, there's no tickets anymore.
We were lamenting about that on the way there. Brian's a guy that likes to go to games. He had no dog in the fight. I had no dog in the fight. We were talking about games we've been to and ticket stubs. It's like, man, it would be great if I had a ticket stub for this. But that's not how it works anymore.
Well, and now, here's the important one. How much was parking?
He bought a parking pass too. So we just had it on the phone. But I was told it was 80.
Wow.
I thought I heard the gal say it was 80 before she scanned our phone.
Man, it's one of the great scams going in our society. We have a lot of scams going in our society, but I contend that's one of the top 10 scams going is the parking scam. Man,
$6
man.
for a bottle of water's right there with it, by the way.
That's actually better than I thought it'd be. But awesome. Glad it worked out for everybody but the Penn State fan. I know a couple of them taking it pretty hard because they waited a long time to get in that spot, and obviously it was so close. So close.
And I think to have it taken away like that, you had a first half lead. And you had opportunities, I think, in that first half to lengthen that lead. And they couldn't do it.
But then they showed, championship mettle, if you will, down in the fourth quarter. The one sustained drive of the second half. They put it together. Touchdown. And then they come up with the interception and convert it. And they've got the lead. Mid-fourth quarter. Come on. You say to any Penn State fan, said to Franklin before the game, I'll give you a 7-point lead mid-fourth quarter, Notre Dame ball. What do you say? They'd be like, sign me up. But Notre Dame responded. Notre Dame did outplay Penn State in the second half.
Yes, they did.
Penn State tremendously outplayed Notre Dame in the first half, led by only 7, should have been more. Did it come back to bite them at the end? Yeah, it did. But Notre Dame could not run the ball as effectively as they wanted, and Penn State certainly couldn't throw the ball as effectively as they wanted. And at the very end, Penn State made the mistake. Notre Dame made the great play. And the Irish will play for the Natty. It wasn't the only big story that happened yesterday in sports. We'll get to the rest of the sports world coming up. We call it the starting five on this Football Friday. Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, was Herb Street throwing tennis balls to his dog? Mark?
Johnny Mac, are those club seats?
Mark, was Herb Street throwing tennis balls to his dog?
No. It was funny at one point that towards the end of the first half, the dogs out there without a leash on almost walked on the field.
That's an issue. I can just tell you. That's an issue with the company. All right. I can tell you for a fact.
You got to change all your flights today, or they already do that?
No, I had to stay up late and do it. Oh, no. I had to get that done. I was on hold longer than it took me to actually do.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Had a big game last night. Got a big game tonight. We got big games through the weekend. Monday night. All right. But there's other stuff going on in the sports world. Time for...
Here is the starting five.
But, of course, we'll lead with the Orange Bowl. Game was tied 3 times. There were 3 lead changes, 31 points in the fourth quarter. Notre Dame quarterback with a big mistake in the fourth quarter. But at the end, it was Drew Aller with a bad pass, picked off by Christian Gary with 33 seconds left. Notre Dame on the edge of field goal range, gets the first down to get in field goal position. And Mitch Jeter kicks a 41-yard field goal that he and they will remember for the rest of his and their life. With 7 seconds left, Notre Dame took the lead and beat Penn State 27-24 to play for the national championship a week from Monday in Atlanta. They'll face the winner of tonight's Cotton Bowl. Ohio State, a 6-point favorite over Texas. 7:30 on the 4-letter network. One other big college football story from yesterday. And Mark, it involves where you were. Because where you were last night is where the University of Miami plays their home games. And the thought is that their quarterback next year is going to be Carson Beck. Beck had indicated he was leaving Georgia for the NFL draft. Well, he didn't file the paperwork. It's a good thing he didn't, because a whole bunch of NFL people said, yeah, dude, this is a mistake. You should probably heal up and go back to college and play one more year. And then you might be a first, second round pick. But if you go now, you're going to get drafted on Saturday. And so Carson Beck entered the transfer portal yesterday. And the University of Miami immediately jumped to the top of the class. Why? Well, they need a quarterback. And as they showed last year with Cam Ward, they're willing to pay top dollar for it. But Carson Beck's also dating one of the Carpenter twins. And they play college basketball at Miami. So you do the math. Carson Beck enters the transfer portal. Ohio State and others on the list, but you tell me where Carson Beck's going to end up next year. NFL. The Vikings-Rams game ended up in Phoenix. NFL made the decision around dinner time yesterday. They said, quote, in the interest of public safety, unquote. And Mark, I found this interesting. I don't know if you will. The line before the decision was made to relocate the game was Minnesota -1. We don't think of either LA football team as having much of a home field advantage. Yet when the game got moved to Phoenix, the Vikings became 2.5-point favorites.
So 1.5 moving to SoFi to Glendale.
Apparently, yes.
All right.
So it'll still be Monday night, 8:15 on ABC, ESPN, and the whole family of networks. The Raiders, a few days ago, fired their head coach, but remember, they kept their general manager. Yeah, 2 days later, they decided, yeah, I'm done with this guy too. Tom Telesco fired after a year. what I find interesting is Telesco's not responsible for most of the roster. And Telesco, take a look at his draft. His first, second, and third round picks were outstanding. I mean, he took best player on the board in all 3 rounds. And he got Brock Bowers, a starting left tackle, and a starting right tackle. I don't know. Why are you firing this guy? Once again, new regime, and Tom Brady and Richard Seymour are a new regime. And they're like, nope, don't know him. Bring it in, my guy. And before that, he was 12 years in charge of the Chargers roster. Mark.
Which was thought by many to be one of the best rosters in the league.
Right.
It was the coach that was holding them back, not the roster.
Right. So, I don't know. I hate when they do that. They go, nah, he's not my guy. Bring it in, my guy. Yeah, but what if he's pretty good? You can't work with somebody you don't know? The Ravens, by the way, have said, yeah, Zay Flowers is not going to play Saturday night against the Steelers. That injury he suffered against the Browns, that's going to keep him out. NBA. Boy, the Magic are an interesting team. They're losing games at home when they were the last undefeated home team in the league, and yet they're going on the road and they're beating the likes of the Knicks. T-Wolves came into Orlando last night, beat the Magic by 15, 104-89. Third straight win for Minnesota. The Heat making some hay on this West Coast trip. They held off Utah last night, 97-92, behind 23 from Tyler Hero. Mark, my gut was right.
Yeah, it was.
Cavs won their 12th in a row, but, are they really going to take the Toronto Raptors seriously after getting all up for the showdown with Oklahoma City? And it turns out, no. They won, but they had to come from behind in the fourth to do it. They won 132-126. Toronto was getting 15.5. Golden State held off Detroit, 107-104. The Hornets-Lakers game was postponed in Los Angeles because of the fires. Good decision there. By the way, J.J. Redick lost his home in the fires. So, everybody's wondering, famous people, noteworthy people. Coach of the Lakers lost his home. Mavs went on a 16-0 run late fourth quarter to beat Portland, 117-111. Ja Morant returned from Memphis, but Houston showed up and beat them, 119-115. I think the Rockets have the third best record in the West. And they've been a grease fire for a few years.
Yes, they have. That's a big turnaround there.
And Phoenix, Bradley Beal's been playing really well for the Suns. He had a big night. They beat Atlanta 123-115. College hoops. Listen, we didn't like our system play. We went through with it because that's what we do, but we didn't like it. Rutgers is struggling. Their best players are hurt. And they were our system play last night. And we actually said, don't do it. We're going to do it because we have to, but don't do it. Hope you didn't do it because Purdue beat Rutgers by 18. And they only had to beat them by 2 to cover. 68-50 Boilermakers. Good one in Columbus. Oregon beat the Buckeyes 73-71. Sparty whacked Washington 88-54. Michigan State is quietly playing good basketball. In the state of Florida and surrounding areas, Jacksonville a winner against Bellarmine last night. They had never beaten the Knights. FGCU, a bucket and some free throws late, beat North Alabama 75-70. Stetson beat Central Arkansas by 10. North Florida lost at Eastern Kentucky by 5. FIU, a loser to Louisiana Tech. Women's hoops, FGCU, Jacksonville, and FIU, your winners. North Florida, the Gators, Stetson, and Bethune, your losers. NHL. It was an interesting night for the Lightning. They scored a shorthanded goal, an empty net goal, a power play goal, and one 5-on-5 goal. But it was enough to beat the Bruins 4-1.
At a penalty shot goal, they had the same night that Lemieux had by himself one night.
Right, against the Rangers and Corey Hirsch back in the day. Rangers 3-2 over the Devils in overtime. Stars beat the Flyers 4-1. Sidney Crosby passed Joe Sakic on the all-time scoring list. He's now the 9th all-time leading scorer in NHL history, 1,400 plus points. He had a goal and 2 helpers last night. Penguins over the Oilers 5-3. Can you get a scorecard at a hockey game? Like, can you get, like you walk in, you buy a roster or something like you do at a...
I don't know anymore.
Because, I mean, think about it. Crosby, Malkin, obviously Draisaitl, and, the best player in the game. Never mind if Letang or anybody else. I mean, there's a few Hall of Famers that were on the ice in Pittsburgh last night. Carolina got a hat trick from Jordan Staal. They doubled up Toronto 6-3. And, sometimes you look at the schedule and you go, oh, boy, we're going to have a tough night. See, a couple nights ago, Colorado mailed one in against the worst team in the league, the Blackhawks, and lost 3-1. Well, next up on the schedule for Colorado is the Minnesota Wild, and they're a good team, but we could have told you Minnesota's in for a tough day. It's kind of like when Kansas lost at home to Texas Tech.
Right.
And next up on the Kansas schedule was UCF, and they went and beat them by 51. Yeah, the Avs beat the Wild 6-1 last night in Minnesota because I'm sure they had a brutal practice the day before after losing to the Blackhawks. Golf, there's a 6-way tie for the lead after the first round of the Sony Open in Hawaii at 6 under. The golfer that we followed for a few years, the kid from FGCU who went on the mini tours and what have you and did well and earned his tour card, Frankie Sappin, he shot even par, which in Hawaii gets you tied for 85th. So he needs to go 2-3 under today to probably see the weekend. And one other golf note. How bad are the wildfires? Well, the PGA Tour in a month is supposed to be at Riviera. Yeah, they don't know if they're going to be able to play the Genesis Open at Riviera a month from now. And it's not because the course has been damaged by the fires, but, it's kind of an undertaking to put on these tournaments. You need a lot of volunteers, and basically it's like, we'll keep you posted. Thing is, unlike the NFL, I mean, you don't move a golf tournament for a year.
No, there's not a neutral site for the LA Open.
Right. I mean, you end up taking the year off, right?
David, I can't recall a time outside of COVID when a tour event was canceled.
I mean, they move tour events for a year or two when a course is being worked on. They'll find a alternative course. But yeah, I mean, usually a tournament gets canceled because they lose their sponsor. But so pay attention to and the Genesis Invitational's at Riviera too, which is a classic track that the guys actually like playing. So 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Great show lined up for you today, by the way. Oh, by the way, Pat Kirwan, as always, will join us on a Football Friday. Eric Henry, beat writer for the Longhorns, will also join us in the 8 o'clock hour. And Bobby Carpenter, former Buckeye, now doing mornings in Columbus, will join us to get the Buckeyes perspective. All ahead on Miller and Moulton. Pretty fired up to talk a little Buckeyes and Longhorns with the two of them.
One other football note that I had written down and didn't include. So Pete Carroll interviewed yesterday with the Bears. He's apparently interviewing next week with the Raiders. Now, you and I are split on Pete Carroll. I would hire Pete Carroll. I'd hire him in a second. He's too old for you, right?
No, I thought he would be great for the Bears. I don't think the Bears will hire him.
But if you worked for the Bears, you would not be adverse to hiring him?
Not at all.
Okay. All right.
No, I just don't think the Bears will hire someone that has that type of gravitas. I really don't.
Boy, and they
All
really
I've
need
watched
to.
is the Bears screw this up.
Come on. Aren't we tired of franchises screwing things up? Don't we want
Yes.
everybody to get their act together at least once? Come on now. I mean, they've won 3 playoff games since Ditka, for goodness sakes. That was over 30 years ago. Never mind the fact that next year will be the 40th anniversary of you-know-what. The 85 Bears. So, come on, Chicago. Get it together. But Pete Carroll with the Raiders. Okay. I mean, clearly Brady and Richard Seymour's voices are being heard here with what's gone down this week in Vegas. So I would think those two, and Seymour played for the Raiders. So anyway, Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sure did. Sure did. Bobby Carpenter, we had maybe in Act 2. I know we've had him on the show before. I will say for the person asking for the travel credit card, the Capital One, what is it, the Venture card or whatever, that gives you 2 to 1 miles. It's worked great for my wife and I. You all right over there?
Nah, I've got a headache I haven't been able to shake for days.
Oh.
It was a migraine for a day, but it's been a headache for 3.
I'm putting 3 options up for tonight's game. Ohio State covers -6. Ohio State wins, doesn't cover. Texas wins.
Okay. That's our poll question.
Why not?
Looks like I missed out on a nice conversation here in the chat room. I use a credit card based on points and the airline that I need the most points on. So, I would get the one that caters to your needs the best.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Mark, there's a whole generation of Notre Dame fans who hadn't seen that last night. In 2012, when they got to play for the Natty, that was just finishing up the regular season unbeaten, and then the, computer put you in the game. That wasn't this big showdown, sold out, pressure. No, it was just, I forget who they played final game of the year, but, now they knew the last 2-3 games they were playing, hey, if they won out, they're going to play for the Natty. But, Notre Dame hasn't won a game like that since, if you want to consider the 93 Cotton Bowl, which they ended up finishing number 2 in the country. But, and that's Lou Holtz, folks. That's 30 plus years ago. That's when Mike Ditka was coaching the Bears. Actually, Ditka had just been fired that year and didn't coach the Bears in 93. Wanstead did. Or no, 93 I think was his last year. Anyway, I mean, but that's how long ago it was. I mean, that's at least a generation of Notre Dame fan who had not witnessed what took place last night. But also, Mark, and we talked about this, Penn State hasn't had a team this close to the Natty either since the mid-90s. And, the 95 team was unbeaten and finished number 2 in the polls. That's obviously a generation for Penn State. Their last Natty was 86. Just like Penn State's is 88. I mean, both of them go back to the Reagan administration, the last time they were the number 1 team in college football.
Penn State fans looked numb leaving the building last night. Numb. They weren't talking. You know that long escalator ride you take down the 300s, and the Irish fans stay. They do their thing out. A lot of them were staying, so mostly it was Penn State fans finding out right at the end of the game, and they just looked numb.
They know. Took us a long time to get here. We had a real shot to win. We had everything lining up for us also. I mean, come on. I mean, Penn State's going to make the playoff more years than not, I believe. I really do believe that. I think if we go, this is a 7-year contract of a 12/14 team playoff. This is year 1. I think Penn State will be in the playoff 4 out of 7 years. I think they'll be in the playoff more times than they're not. But they're not going to get a draw like this.
That's an interesting theory in and of itself, David, because at 14, that's basically assuming the Big Ten will get 4.
Minimum. Right. 1 more year of 12 and then 5 years of 14. That's the contract. Yeah, I think 4 minimum. Mark, first off, Sankey and Petiti may mandate it. They may put that sucker in writing in the next 12 months. I mean, that may be a fait accompli that they start with 4 and it's just a matter of one or both of them getting 5, which would be a mistake. We all know you're the best. You don't have to legislate it. Just go out, play your games, prove it.
But obviously no Michigan in the playoff this year.
Mm-hmm.
No USC, and I don't know when or if they're ever going to get their act together. And obviously Ohio State and Oregon are not going anywhere.
No. And I think Washington, by the way, is going to be a very credible threat. They can get players there. And Jed Fish can coach, and he can build a program. I think Washington is going to be a very solid addition to the Big Ten. And they've got history. You got to go back to, the Reagan Bush years, but they've got history. And they'll gladly bring it with them.
And then that, leaves everyone else in the Big Ten to have their Indiana type year.
Right.
But Nebraska has been nothing forever. And even though it seemed as if they were getting better, they didn't. Wisconsin's kind of in a state of flux right now.
Well, it also goes to show how tough it is for most programs to make the playoff. I mean, Illinois just put a 10-win season on the board. They didn't come close to the playoff. You could make it 16 teams. They wouldn't have made the playoff. Hell, they barely would have made it. And I don't know if they would have, but if so, barely, if we had a 24-team playoff. I mean, that's how tough it is for a lot of these schools to even make the playoff one time. But, Mark, I think now most Penn State fans think we should make the playoff every other year on average. So, I mean, come on. I could hold that as a criteria as to whether or not Franklin keeps his job. I'd look right at him and say, hey, I'll give you your contract, but we're just going to put this on the table right now. 7 years, over under 3.5. How many times we're in the playoff? And if it's over, you get to keep your job. And if it's under, you don't. Hey, and now going forward for Marcus Freeman in Notre Dame. What do you think the expectation is from Notre Dame fan now going forward?
David, it's higher than what you just gave Penn State.
Uh-huh. Right.
Like, they think that they deserve a spot in it every year.
So out of 7 years, 5 out of 7, 71%.
That's what I think they expect.
So do you think over under is 4.5 or 5.5 for Notre Dame going forward?
4.5.
Okay. All right.
4.5, because they still play a schedule that could bite them if the schedule comes to play. This year it didn't. It fell apart.
The schedule fell apart on them. But it's true. I mean, Notre Dame with the schedule, and they're going to keep, by the way. Remember, Notre Dame has one vote at the table. They have one vote. There's like 13 votes at the table. Notre Dame had one. And Notre Dame was like, we don't need to be a top 4. We just want to be eligible to make the playoff. Okay, you're eligible. And if we're really good, we'd like to be eligible to host a game. Absolutely, you can be eligible to host a game. We're fine, guys. Put in whatever system you want then. By the way, you guys figure out how we distribute money. They said, okay, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to do the money where every school represents their conference and they share it amongst each other. And Notre Dame said, fine, we'll represent our conference, the Notre Dame Conference.
Buying quarterbacks every year.
Yeah.
And it's working for them.
Oh. I think this is great for college football. I really do. In fact, I think the SEC could now go back to ruling the world. I think this is perfect. I really do. I would have pushed this forward as a script if I was trying to make college football as big as possible for the rest of this decade. I would have pushed this entire season forward as a script. SEC beats each other up. Okay, they got a lot of good to very good teams. Some days they're great. Some days they lose to teams they shouldn't. We're going to keep most of them out of the playoff. The ones we're going to put in the playoff, they're going to struggle for a variety of reasons. It's going to give the rest of the country a lot of hope. A lot of hope. Hell, and Arizona State thinks they should have beat Texas. What? Yeah, push that. That's the script I want going forward.
And in fact, the teams that you complained about not getting in are going to lose bowl games to make it seem more justified that they weren't in.
That's what I want. I want to create hope in other parts of the country where there hasn't been much in recent years. And I also want to create just a little bit of doubt for the first time in the Southeast. Just a morsel of it. Just kind of like, wait, is this going to be harder than we thought? Wait, other teams can get good too? What are you talking about?
What do you mean our players are transferring out and going north and west and going to places that aren't even in our conference anymore?
So I think this has been almost a perfect year for the sport as a whole. Think about, SMU, Indiana, Arizona State, Boise State in the national playoff? Come on, if we had submitted this script a year ago at this time, let's just say last year it ended. Michigan wins the Natty. And Miller and Moulton do a show in which we talk about, hey, we have seen the future, and this is what it's going to be. You guys literally would be like, well, let that show cancel. They're morons. They're idiots. And so now, I think, and also, so you get Notre Dame. They haven't been on this stage in over 30 years. That's great for the sport. Even if Notre Dame can't get back on this stage, This will linger. And then they're going to play either Ohio State or Texas, for goodness sakes, for the Natty.
Speaking of Ohio State and Texas, we went all out for our poll question today.
We did?
Oh, yeah. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, right, David?
Yes, that's right. Swamp Buggy Race is coming the end of January. Final weekend of the month. They got the parade on Saturday. The race is on Sunday.
So how's tonight's game going to turn out? We're giving you three choices. Ohio State covers. Ohio State wins, doesn't cover. Texas wins. Go to Miller_Moulton, that Mark Miller, and the David Moulton in the next few minutes when we retweet it.
Well, on one hand, you could argue we put as much thought as two guys who combined had 7 hours sleep last night into that question. The other way, though, is that we only gave you two choices on the Notre Dame Penn State poll question from yesterday. Who'd you think's going to win? So, I mean, now we're at least giving you three. I mean, you could say we actually worked really hard on this one.
Put in overtime.
Football Friday here on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So you remember when I think you backed me on this, but we were talking about the Orange Bowl and John was going. And we said the halftime show's great. And then so I'm at the game, it's commercial break. I text John. I said, I'll send you some video from the halftime show if you want. He responds with, I'm excited to see what the Beatles tribute band has in store. We went back and forth, and it was right. Because I find out Nate Smith. I'm like, who the hell is Nate Smith? John texts, if Nate Smith performed in my front yard, I wouldn't know who he was. Then he comes back with, do you regret the OB halftime statement more than anything else you've ever said?
Irish football, the great part of 88 was they kept winning big games. They won the showdown with Miami. If there was replay, they wouldn't have, but they won the showdown with Miami. But people forget when they played Rodney Peete and USC at the end of the year in the Coliseum, I think USC was unbeaten in number 2. Then when they beat them, they played Major Harris and unbeaten West Virginia. It was number 1 against number 3 because Miami was number 2. And the thought was if West Virginia won, could Miami get a share of the Natty or just win it outright? But Notre Dame beat those two teams decisively also. I mean, Miami was the best team in the country that year. But Notre Dame got them with some help. But I mean, Notre Dame during the course of that season played the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 teams in the country. Not sure if they played Penn State that year or not. I know they played them in 86 when Penn State won the Natty in South Bend, lose first year. They nearly beat them. They were throwing the ball. They were in the red zone at the end of the game, throwing the ball into the end zone. They were with a chance to win. Major Harris was the star player for West Virginia in 88.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Pat Kirwan will join us in 40 minutes' time. We'll go through the NFL playoff games. How does it feel, by the way, to have 5 straight days of big games of football?
I'm not sure. I will ask you one question, a little off subject, and you're better at this than me because you've been dealing with lack of sleep after working late.
Uh-huh.
When the show ends,
right,
and I race back to my house,
yep,
and dive into bed,
yes,
and take what will be probably a 4 or 5 hour nap. Is it a nap or am I just going back to bed?
Anything over 2 hours is sleep. I'm just saying, okay?
I don't care. That's fine.
Okay, if you go that far, it's going to affect your sleep tonight. I'm just saying. I think you should set the alarm. You do 2 hours. You crush it. You wake up like, oh, wow, I really needed 30 or 60 more minutes. That's okay. You get on your feet, have a cup of coffee, and then you'll get through the day, but then you'll be tired in the third and fourth quarter of the Cotton Bowl. And that's what you want because you want to go back down at your normal time. Now, the best is, see, like you're overtired. You actually have to set the alarm. And I get that. I do. There are times when I can just lay down and take a nap and not set the alarm. And this nap could be anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour and a half. Okay. And I just need to rest, as I call it. You know, the old father, grandfather in the recliner. I'm not sleeping. I'm resting my eyes. You know, that kind of nap. You're going to sleep, but we're going to limit the amount of time that you're sleeping.
All
And
right.
it's going to officially qualify as a nap. Okay. That's what I would recommend. 2 hours.
All right. You're the expert. I had to get your advice on this.
You know, if you go more than that, you've gone to sleep.
Well, I am fired up for all the football this weekend, though. 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 today and Monday. Obviously, all of consequence. Win or go home games. And I get an extra present for the weekend. It's my daughter's first travel gymnastics meet out of town. It's a mother-daughter thing.
Oh.
So I have the house to myself all night Saturday and a good part of the day Sunday.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And you took you to the Orange Bowl in person?
Yeah.
Man, your stock's a lot higher than you think.
I know. Doing
Just
something right.
I mean, usually there's, you know, some resentment involved with a schedule like that. So, you know.
Hell, I even got in 18 holes on Wednesday. I mean, this has been a hell of a week, David.
Wow. You may not want to say that out loud. That could lead to some resentment. Okay. They may know it, but they don't fully realize it.
Right. I think it's a good point. And I think there'll probably be flowers at home on Sunday when she returns.
Well, did you do the bath bubbles?
I did. I left the bubbles out and told her she didn't do it. She got busy, but
did she at least find it a nice gesture?
yes.
See, nice gestures go a long way. Okay. From man to woman, you know, they do, you know, depends on our mood, whether or not they go, you know, pretty well the other way. Let's face it.
Text lines open at 21,000. Received a text during I guess at halftime last night, who said that might be the worst half of football I've seen in a long time, but that's what you get with Big Ten football. And I responded. I said, I hope you watch the second half because the game was epic. And then he responded with maybe in person, but Oklahoma, Nebraska wishbone offices were more entertaining than that punt, penalty, interception fest we saw last night. Hell, one team couldn't complete a single pass to a wide receiver. That's awesome. Now, I know from looking at the text from this person that this person hates Notre Dame. So my guess is a lot of it is their angst towards the Irish.
Yeah.
Because he called them fake a-holes in another text.
Huh. Right. So what you're saying is he's unbiased.
Right.
Right. Yep. Okay. Listen, this could be, I mean, there's going to be a decent amount of angst, particularly if Ohio State wins tonight. A lot of people don't like Ohio State. A lot of people don't like Notre Dame. I mean, for a lot of people, this could be their worst national championship game. I mean, it could be the two teams. I mean, honestly, if you're a Michigan fan, isn't this your nightmare?
Yes. Absolutely.
This is your nightmare, Natty, isn't it? But, I mean, who in the South likes either Ohio State or Notre Dame?
Nobody.
So the highest rated national championship game in the modern era, if you will, is Ohio State, Oregon, the 2014 season. Cardell Jones, Urban Meyer, the Buckeyes, they upset Alabama in the semis. Oregon dismantled Florida State when they were the defending national champion trying to repeat. And then Ohio State beat Marcus Mariota and the Ducks. And that always amazes people that of our recent run of games was the highest rated game. Really? No Alabama? No Georgia? Nope. For just that reason. because what it showed is that the South is going to watch. But now you bring in the North, and with Oregon, you even brought in some of the West. And not just the Northwest, because remember, this is when it was the Pac-12. You remember the Pac-12? And there was pride of being in the Pac-12. And
Conference of champions. Come on, David.
Right. And Oregon had played for the Natty just 4 years earlier, losing to Auburn. So, we were kind of like, Oregon. All right, yeah. I've seen them. They're around. And the Pac-12's like, we can support Oregon for a day. Be nice for someone not named USC to actually win this football championship. Been a while. Got to go back to the H.W. Bush presidency since the last time that happened with Washington and Colorado. So, it'd be nice. That was the highest rated game.
Ohio State and Notre Dame will beat that.
You think? You think Notre Dame will bring a few more people to the table than Oregon? I mean, unless the South is broken by this college football season.
But they're college football fans first in the South.
I know
they're not NFL fans. They're college football fans.
I know. Because here's the other thing that game is going to get. And Mark, you referenced this yesterday, why you would change the date of the college football natty. You would get it further away from the NFL. I even said, what if you moved it to Tuesday? And you said, no, I want it on a Thursday night, man. I want to get away from the playoff weekend that just happened. I want to keep it away from the playoff weekend that's about to happen. I want by Wednesday our focus to be on us. And we get Wednesday and Thursday and Friday morning. Thank you. Good night.
I'll be curious because I've got things to do today. I'll be driving around, picking up the daughter, etc. How the national shows kind of do their thing. Because, you and I have talked about it. We're a regional show, but we talk a lot more college football than most.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Cowherd talks a lot more college football than most national shows. I'm curious, because the games are all on ESPN, if their shows today are focused on the Notre Dame Penn State game, or if they're going to turn the page and start talking super wild card weekend.
And I don't mean to alienate the Penn State fan, but come on now, you need to accept the reality. Notre Dame's a bigger brand. And so the fact that Notre Dame won means that last night's Orange Bowl and then 10 days from now, the Natty is going to get talked up about a lot more than if Penn State had won. That's just a fact. Ohio State is 6-point favorite tonight in the Cotton Bowl. Eric Henry covers the Longhorns. Bobby Carpenter played for and covers the Buckeyes. They're scheduled to join us on Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, castle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Have not uttered Super Wild Card Weekend once this
I
week.
said it once, and I said it in jest when I said it.
Okay, so one
I
time.
just said it, and I went super wild. I mean, it was very sarcastic.
Irish football, I have a question for you. Serious question. So you've had two glorious wins this week. Which one was better? The one that 15 minutes in, you realized, oh my God, we're going to win. This is awesome. And it was a 3-hour coronation? Or last night's back and forth saga? Which win did you enjoy more? The coronation or the saga? Yep. When you think you're going to lose at some point and you win, those are the best. Sonny, this Orange Bowl, I hate to say it, as glorious as last night's second half was, this Orange Bowl is not in the area code of the 84 Miami-Nebraska game. Not in the area code.
But in the playoff era, it's a is it a top 5 or a top 3 semi?
Well, damn. It's a top 5 game for sure. Semi. The Ohio State-Georgia game was terrific. The Georgia-Oklahoma Rose Bowl
game
was so.
I think the Georgia-Oklahoma game was better.
Yeah, I do too. I'd put it top 3, semi. KM Weber. Hello. Sonny, do you know what I think of? I think of the fact that Tom Osborne made the decision to go for 2 in the day and age when he made it, and Jimmy Johnson made the decision to go for 2 in the Catholics versus Convicts game when he made it also. Because now they would get destroyed for making those choices. And people would hang it over them forever.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us at that time. We'll talk the NFL playoffs for a couple segments and the league as a whole. And then Eric Henry scheduled to join us. He covers the Longhorns for 24/7 Sports. Bobby Carpenter, who's on the air right now in Columbus, right as his show ends, he's scheduled to join us to talk about the Buckeyes and the matchup tonight with the Longhorns in the Cotton Bowl. So with that in mind, Mark, let's talk a little NFL, just the two of us, because we can either make our picks now or we can make our picks. It'll be sometime in the Diamond District bonus hour because we've got guests lined up for the next 4 segments. But most likely upset in your estimation, and you can go by seeding or you can go by point spread. So Minnesota is the only higher seed. Is that what that is favored over the lower seed? I know that they word it differently, but I don't know what to tell you. 5 seems higher than 4 to me.
But it's
So
actually lower.
I know. I don't understand it. Don't understand. Why do we park in a driveway and drive on a parkway? I don't get it.
Well, I think you have to, when you look at that, because the Minnesota Rams game's 2.5. Chargers and Texans, and Chargers are favored as well. They're
2. That's true.
They're the lower seed with the higher number.
Right. Thank you.
I'm going to have fun with that the rest of the day.
That's
I'm
great.
Laugh happy right now, so I'm.
Yes, you are.
But, and I guess, Washington, Tampa's a 3-point spread. So none of those should really surprise you by what Vegas is saying.
Would any of them surprise you if they happen, though?
To be honest, Houston beating the Chargers would surprise me.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't think Houston has much offensively left. I don't think they'll be able to run the ball against the Chargers. And with their limited receivers now, I don't know how effective they can be throwing the ball. And I think the Chargers, I think they win and cover that game on the road.
Chargers beat up on some bad teams to finish the year. The one good team that they beat down the stretch was Denver.
It's funny. I was thinking about what you said yesterday, David, and, talking about Green Bay. If they get this one, they can get more. And as someone I'm pulling for the Lions. I am blatantly pulling for the Lions to get to the Super Bowl. I would love to see it. I'm most fearful of the Lions playing Philadelphia at any point in the playoffs. So to me, Green Bay disposing of Philadelphia helps the Lions get to the Super Bowl.
Sure. Yeah, I'd argue that. It would also seemingly make it an NFC North coronation this year, because then you'd get Detroit, Green Bay for sure in the divisional round if the Packers were to beat the Eagles. And then by record, is Minnesota going to win 2 road games and then be standing there for the Lions, we presume, in the NFC title game, in which they look across at Detroit and say, see if you can beat us 3 times. And the Lions would be like, yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll play as many times as you want. That's who we are.
What game are you? And I know you're working one of the games, so that's probably the game you're most looking forward to because you're intimately involved in it. I get it. But what game, just from looking at the 6 games, are you most fired up to watch?
Oh, Washington, Tampa Bay.
I'm right there with you.
Because both teams, use the phrase gloriously inconsistent, gloriously flawed, I mean, you can see both teams losing by 2 touchdowns Sunday night. And I can see Tampa Bay beating people. I mean, I'd be shocked if Washington wins another playoff game after Sunday. If they won Sunday, I'm like, okay, they've totally maxed out here. I mean, 12 wins in the regular season with that roster and then a road playoff win. Okay, they're done.
With a rookie quarterback. I mean,
but they're done. This was cute. This was fun. Okay, savor this and realize you still have to get a lot better for next year when you come back down to earth a little bit and you don't win some of the games in miraculous fashion that you did this year. Tampa Bay is a different story, though. Tampa Bay's beaten Detroit. They've beaten Philly, lost to Kansas City on the road in overtime when they were undermanned. I mean, there is something about Tampa Bay, which they are just dangerous. You know, can they run the table? I don't think so. They're not good enough defensively. You know, to me, they're not the 2011 Giants, you know, which defensively could take you out. And the defense showed up every game. It was the offense that got its act together down the stretch. And Eli in January is a Hall of Famer, period. End of sentence. You know, I don't think the Bucs defensively can string them all together. But that offense right now, I mean, seriously, I think that offense right now is playing as well as Brady had his Tampa offense playing, you know, whichever year it was. You think it was down the stretch in the Super Bowl year? I actually thought offensively they were better and more consistent the next year when they lost the home game to the Rams. But they are dangerous right now. And I think Baker is fearless. And therefore they are. And they can run block, so they can run the ball to set up the pass.
Their run game's so good they can go play action if they want to. And as we've said now for a year and a half, Baker and Evans have developed a great chemistry.
The great thing about Baker and Evans is, and we all have seen this dozens of times elsewhere, but there are quarterbacks and receivers in which you look at the score, the time of the game, the down and distance, and you go, oh, well, they're going to go to Mike Evans here. Everybody knows they're going to go to Mike Evans here. And guess what happens? They go to Mike Evans and he catches passes. I mean, we see that all the time when a quarterback and a receiver are just really good together. In which you're like, oh, 3rd and 6. You know, they can't put the defense back on the field this quickly. They really need to convert here. Who do you think he's going to throw to? I think he's going to go throw to Evans. Yeah, we're going to shade the defense over to Evans. And guess what? They throw it to Evans. First down. Move the chains.
The tight end room has been really good for Tampa Bay. As Roy's pointed out, it's not just Bucky Irving. It's the entire running back room that's been good. And as you said, David, they run block very well. They've turned that offensive line into a running offensive line in short time.
And I do think they would be an interesting second-round matchup for the Eagles. You know, the thought is Philly's going to win. They're better. And during the regular season, even though Tampa Bay beat them, Philly was better during the regular season than Tampa. Absolutely. Philly may be the most complete, healthy roster left in the NFC. But you have a feeling that Baker and the boys are going to score some points, which is going to put some pressure on Jalen Hurts. How can you hurt Tampa? Okay, even though the run defense is not what it was, 3, 4, 5 years ago when you couldn't run on the Bucs at all. You had to throw the ball. You can run on them a little bit now. You can. And Saquon will be a problem. He is for everyone. But I think at some point Tampa will put the ball in Jalen Hurts' hands and say, go to it, $51 million guy. Our $33 million guys put the pressure on you. Now go deliver. You got the resources. 2 number 1 receivers, Goddard, Saquon, but you need to score some points here.
David, out of the 2 big spreads, the Baltimore-Pittsburgh game and the Denver-Buffalo game, which underdog do you give a better shot to win?
Denver. which is foolish. Rookie quarterback on the road, a team that they didn't back in, but they didn't beat many good teams this year. And then to think that they're going to go into Buffalo and take down Josh Allen and the Bills. But defensively, they're good, Mark.
They're really good defensively, David. That is right the point I'm glad that you went to. Because defensively, they don't give up a lot of points. They're good at the line of scrimmage. They've got a great corner in Surtain.
And, is Cooper going to play? And even if he does, Surtain can take him off the field. But if he doesn't, then they can have fun with Surtain. I mean, we saw Denver a couple times this year get an early lead against a good team, and it just caused real problems because, that defense is a handful. Now, do I think Josh Allen and Buffalo will win? Sure. But I do think, sometimes, the first 15, 20 plays, a team comes out, they're scripted, and they move. I could see Denver putting up 10 first quarter points on the Bills, in which all of a sudden the Broncos are letting Buffalo know, we're going to be here all day. We know who you are, but just so you know, we ain't going anywhere. You're going to have to beat us. And, Mark, I know it's foolish to say that. Rookie quarterback on the road, a team that's never done anything versus the Steelers, who have matched up with the Ravens great over the years. Didn't matter if it was Flacco and the Ravens. It doesn't matter that it's Lamar's Ravens. I mean, nobody's matched up with the Ravens better than the Steelers. Nobody's handled Lamar better than the Steelers. But, I mean, talk about having to, how when you use the whiteboard and you erase it, but the whiteboard is worn and you look at it and you can still see imprints of all the stuff that you've written in the past on it. I kind of feel like even if the Steelers try to erase this 4-game losing streak, that it's still that worn whiteboard in which, they're on the field in warmups. And I mean, Pickens quit for half the game Saturday against Cincinnati. I mean, he was going through the motions running routes. And then when he actually tried and Russ hit him in the hands, he dropped 4 out of 5 passes. The offensive line has regressed. I mean, their defense is going to have to win a game. Their defense has given up 27 points a game for a month. I don't know that they can. I never thought
Baltimore's defense, David, in the last month, and I know there's been some bad competition in there, but Baltimore's defense, rather, is getting better.
And I also think that Baltimore's going to look at the Steelers' weapons and say the one guy who could really give us problems is Freiermuth. Kyle Hamilton, meet Freiermuth. He's yours. And then that's it. That's over. He's the best safety in the game. Freiermuth will get some catches, but, 5 catches for 43 yards is not going to beat him.
And I don't see how they run the ball effectively enough to shorten the game, if you will, against Baltimore.
Oh, Lamar and the Ravens have to choke this one away.
And I don't think that they will.
I mean, I never thought I'd say this. I know. I never thought I'd say this going into a playoff game. You've got Pittsburgh on the one side and Denver on the other. And I have more confidence in a defense not named the Steelers. Wow. That's how rough a month it's been in Pittsburgh. I'm telling you, they lose this game and they lose it kind of the way they lost to the Ravens 3 weeks ago, 34-17. They're going to blow something up in Pittsburgh, whether it's the front office, the coach, or the roster. But they're going to blow something up in Pittsburgh if they get beat the way most of us think they're about to get beat.
Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan coming up in about 9 minutes, and then we will dive heavily into Texas versus Ohio State for the rest of the show. A great weekend of football ahead. Vikings and Rams, David. the game that you're doing, and I know we'll talk more about it on Monday night, do you think the change in venue affects things a little, greatly, or not at all?
Not at all. McVay and the Rams actually have been through this during the pandemic year. They had a venue change 2 years earlier than that because of wildfires. They had a venue change. So I think the coach has been through it and he can plan accordingly. And Mark, the Rams are the better quarterback. I mean, seriously.
Absolutely.
I mean, come on. I mean, and are these the two best sets of receivers? Two of the three best sets of receivers in the game?
Absolutely. Top 5 at minimum.
So, no, my Matthew Stafford crush continues, Mark. It's been a long crush. I mean, not as long as Elizabeth Shue, but my Matthew Stafford crush is a long crush, and it continues. You know I like the Rams.
Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan coming up on the other side. Eric Henry to talk the Texas perspective, and then Bobby Carpenter in the bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello.
Hey there.
How you doing, guys?
Good morning, Pat.
How are you?
Good. I've enjoyed listening to you guys. I think I laughed when I heard David say something about the Stafford crush is only outdone by some woman or something.
Elizabeth Shue.
Elizabeth Shue.
Right.
Who did I miss here? Ba-da-ba-da-bum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Denver. How's Denver look? All righty.
Well, I think, Pat, I don't know if you watched last night, but I think Drew Aller can come back to Penn State for another year.
Yeah. Please return to get better. I watched that game today. Too much crap going on last night.
I pulled a Moulton. I went to the game. Didn't get to bed till 1:30.
Nice. Nice. Very good.
We did a short segment earlier in which he asked me, so how do you nap after a game like this? How do you go about it? Do you set the alarm? How long a time can you sleep? How long is a nap? How long is sleep?
Because I might be going back to bed after the show.
Yeah, that's the best. When you wake up about 2 in the afternoon, you can't remember you even did the show. Did I do radio today? It was a blur.
Exactly. You wake up in a panic. You're like, oh my God, am I late for the show?
Yeah. No, I did it like a zombie, and I just don't remember it. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, David, you're great at this.
I'll answer that for you. Riley Leonard is not an NFL quarterback. My goodness, he's not an NFL quarterback. He can't throw the football.
No, there's not many guys out there that are. Hey, you're great at this, David. So we have the early game tomorrow and the early game Sunday. What game are we going to get next week?
Well, let's see. The problem is you guys never say no to the Chiefs. So, if I was CBS, I would want the Baltimore, Buffalo game, but you're probably going to take the Chiefs, which to me means, which means you'd get Saturday night.
Oh, that would be okay by me. Back in Florida on Sunday. All right, pro football, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on a football Friday.
Football Friday.
At least in the 239 and the 904. For those of you in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas, it's the final hour of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton is how you can contact us and follow us on X. Joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, is Pat Kirwan. His weekly appearances are brought to us courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers where you can't fake fresh. Good morning, Pat. You fired up 6 games, and this is damn near half the NFL playoffs this weekend.
Yeah, and I think we talk about it every year, but I love the weekends where we have this and 6 games, and then next week 4 games. I need that much football to enjoy myself. 1 game is never enough. So this is great, terrific football. But I look at I'm obsessed with always studying how are you doing against playoff teams now that we know who the playoff teams are. And there's really only 2 teams that have distinguished records. Baltimore 7-3. First off, 10 games against playoff teams is the most. And Philadelphia at 5-2. We have so many teams that don't even have a winning record against playoff teams, and they're all not all of them get knocked out. That's almost impossible, but it's not a distinguished group. Pittsburgh is 4-3, except they were 4-0 and then lost the last 3. Tampa Bay is a bit interesting at 4-3, but most of these guys, Washington and Houston, 1-4, 1-5. Denver, Green Bay, Chargers, Buffalo, Denver. Those guys are all 2 wins and multiple losses, 4s and 5s. So I think when the dust settles, we know the teams that are come out of this crowd of 6.
All right, well, let's get to some of these games.
Yeah.
Let's just do them in order. The Chargers and Texans. The Texans, to me, Pat, with what they've lost at receiver, the offense has obviously suffered because of it. I know Mixon's a solid runner, but I like the way the Chargers play defense. I like the way they're playing right now with Dobbins back and the way that he has that quarterback play. And when you see that game, what are the pressure points? What are the areas that one team has to take advantage of on the other?
Yeah, I think the Chargers should be coming after this quarterback. They're not protecting him very well. Go look at his 52 sacks, but more importantly, his 20 sacks in the last few weeks here. That's disturbing, and the sack ratio is almost scary. At 1.1 every 8 pass plays is a sack. So get after the quarterback. They got a couple guys that can do that, and get to Stroud because it's not been good for him lately. The other part of this thing is when I look at Joe Mixon, and I'm glad you brought him up. I love Joe, but if you study Joe the last 4 weeks, not good. 40 rushes, that's 10 a game, not good. 129 yards, not good. That's 3.2 a carry. No rushing touchdowns, no receiving touchdowns. Where did Joe go? That's my question about him.
Well, I wonder if Joe got nicked. Wonder if Joe got banged up because they were using him pretty heavy there in the first part of the season. Hey, in the film that you've watched, and I don't know if you looked at it this way, don't like to ask a question that maybe, you haven't studied, but what do you see as the difference in CJ Stroud this year to last year? Because last year was like one of the 5 best seasons that a rookie quarterback's ever had. I mean, he looked amazing. And this year, after the 5-1 start, he and they have not looked amazing.
No, so on a statistical level first, and then I'll get to what I think's going on with him. And maybe that happens to Jaden Daniels next year. Number 20 in third down conversion, number 26 in red zone touchdowns. So part of this, where's Tank Dell? And then he was missing our friend Nico Collins for a while. But if you look at Nico Collins, for the last 4 games, he's got 19 receptions. And they really need him to be picking up the pace, and that's not all his fault. But I think C.J. Stroud, the defense, this is something we don't talk about enough. The defense is after last year. I just remember when these kind of kids emerged when I was in it, we would dedicate an awful lot of the offseason to finding out how to stop him if we have to play him. And I do think the defenses have figured out how to play against the guy, number one, when to pressure him and how to pressure him, where to force his escape lanes. And the supporting cast around him has been wounded a lot. So I'm not going to put it all on him. But, you can't throw 12 interceptions this year and get his sack ratio for the year is 1 every 12. He's not escaping like he did. My experience with guys like Pete Carroll and Greg Robinson, they'll look at every escape the guy had for the whole year and decide which ones they like and which ones they don't like. And almost every defensive coach, Monty Kiffin, was great at, I can make this guy go wherever I want. And I think that's what's happened here. They have figured out where to push him out and where he doesn't do as well. Maybe it's outside left, maybe it's up inside. But I do think they have figured out how to play him. So, it's chess match. He's got to now come and do different things. He's got to learn to adjust to that. And it'll be his job now to study himself with his coaches and figure out next year what they're doing. But I think people caught up to him.
Pat, the Steelers have flat out stunk the last 4 weeks. There's no mincing words about it. They have been bad, and while they've been bad, Baltimore's been getting good, particularly on defense. No Zay Flowers, that obviously affects the Baltimore offense a little. But when you look at this game, is it more like a typical Steelers-Ravens matchup that's close, hard-fought, low-scoring, or more like the last one when Baltimore ran away with it?
I hate to say this to my Steeler friends, but I think it'll be more like the last one. I don't think that there's enough going on in a positive sense with Pittsburgh's losing streak. It's not just a losing streak. They're averaging 14 points a game. That's not going to beat anybody. And look at what they've been able to generate against Baltimore. Yeah, they won a game, 18 points. The next time they lose and score 17. So who really are they? I don't think they can stay up with these guys. Derrick Henry, this is what he was brought in here for ever since the championship loss last year. Go look at him for the last 3 weeks. Ridiculous. 71 carries, 6.2 a carry. They're giving him the ball 24 times a game right now, running the ball. And they're also letting him handle some of the pass stuff as well. So they're expecting that guy to have 26 touches a game, and he'll have 26 touches in this game, trying to wear these guys down. And if they get a lead, which I think they will, and the Zay Flowers thing is probably a little more serious than people think. He's the guy that went in motion. He was the guy that screwed up the matchups. He was the guy, and this is probably a plus for Pittsburgh, that Porter kind of locked onto. But now Porter's going to be available to take anyone else he wants to take. If I'm serious in Pittsburgh, I'm handling these tight ends, because this is when our quarterback friend starts hitting those two tight ends a lot. Without Zay Flowers, he will throw those tight ends maybe between the two of them, likely, and Andrews probably, I'd guess, more like 18 to 20 times.
Well, Pat, should we maybe dive into that a little bit more? I mean, my gut reaction listening to you is, if I'm the Steelers defensively, I don't know that I need Minka 15, 20 yards beyond the line of scrimmage playing free safety. Maybe I can bring Minka up to the line of scrimmage, where he played a lot of at Alabama and he played a lot of at Miami and early on in Baltimore. I mean, or with Pittsburgh. I mean, maybe I can crowd the box with an extra person now that I don't have the Zay Flowers threat. I mean, maybe this is more significant than we're giving it credit to be.
I love the idea, and I think they're going to have to play boldly like that, and man-to-man on one of the wideouts. But I would be clogging up the middle of the field with a safety and linebackers to handle these tight ends. I don't think you can get away with it all the time, but just a week ago, none of us thought that Detroit was going to be able to blitz and handle those receivers, and they did it. So I think this is a situation where I would absolutely take consideration of doing that against these guys. Lamar's going to get his runs in there. He always does. Yeah, you're right about him against Pittsburgh. It hasn't been great. 3 wins, 5 losses. I don't know how this is possible. That guy's never rushed for a touchdown against Pittsburgh. But I think things are different. Pittsburgh's arrow is definitely pointing down. Baltimore's is definitely pointing up. And I don't know about 9.5 points. I think there's a little bit of pride there, but I heard you, David, say maybe something's going to blow up at the end of this. I agree with you.
And it could be the roster. The Rooneys, they don't blow up front offices. They don't fire coaches. But maybe it's time that they admit the roster is too skewed in one section than the other. They haven't been his last 2 years. He was not good. So they could argue we haven't had a quarterback who's been any good consistently for 5 years now. We got to get that figured out. We may have to give up valuable resources to get our hands on one. I'm just thinking, I'm only going by what Mr. Rooney said. He said, I'm not going to live with another 9-10 win season. We sneak into the playoffs and we go out in the first round. Well, barring the unforeseen tomorrow night, it's a 10-win season and they're going to go out in the first round.
Yeah. So someone brought up to me, is it possible at the end of the year they trade Mike Tomlin?
I think it was us.
Yeah, well, I don't think it'll happen, but I'd be intrigued to find out what he's worth. And a team like the Jets or somebody else. But honestly, to me, that might be the first thing I'd consider. We've been doing this for a while. Mike's got a great reputation. Is it time to move on from Mike? I think for sure it's going to be time to move on from the offensive coaches.
Okay.
There's no creativity in the offense.
I'm just going to say this right now. The Jets, who are a laughing stock, if they hire Mike Greenberg not the ESPN announcer, but the assistant GM in Tampa, who a lot of people think is the genius behind that front office. Hire him as your GM and trade your first-round pick for Tomlin. You want to be taken seriously overnight? That's what the Jets should do. I would give up the 7th pick in this draft, Pat, for Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, and that might be something that the Steelers have to consider doing. They don't get rid of coaches, but Mike's had a long run. I don't know if they'll do it, but it was brought up to me by somebody who thought it's time for that. And at the very least, I think you're going to see an overhaul of the offense. Do you guys ever get excited watching their offense?
Oh God, no, Pat.
Yeah.
I'm married into a Steeler family. I've watched damn near every Steeler game. The offense has been. They've not, other than maybe the Cincinnati game. There's not been much this year where that offense has looked good.
Yep, and it's there's a lot of things. The quarterback who's going to be your quarterback's probably not on the team at this point. The offensive line, I heard David call it, they've regressed. They're also a bunch of kids. The running back is 3 yards in a cloud of dust. So, yeah, they got their problems, and they're going to have to face and look in the mirror to figure out what to do. But if I thought I could get a top 10 pick from Mike, we'd be talking to Mike. Mike?
Pat
Would you like to
Kirwan,
move on?
part of NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show. More with Pat on the other side here on Miller
and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Bum, 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 bum. Are you done, David?
No, we have Monday, and then even though technically we could get a Sunday divisional game, in all likelihood we'll get the 4:30 Saturday divisional game.
All right.
Yeah, last year began ABC getting 2 playoff games a year. I mean, obviously Fox and CBS get the conference championship games.
Yep. For now. Who knows?
Well, it's an 11-year contract, so,
Yeah. People go, oh, I feel bad. I get a lot of, I feel bad for you guys getting the early game on both days. I go, hold on a second. You got to think about it from the way we think about it.
Right.
We
We're
got
out of there.
a 1-hour pregame show. I'm going to sell a lot of commercials in a 1-hour pregame show. And when you go second, you get a half-hour show and no one's watching if the first game is going late.
Yep. Totally right.
Plus,
So-
also, you can't get
I don't
out
know.
of bed.
I love I actually like the Football Night in America 7 to 8. I mean, I think it's a good show. It's informative.
Yep.
You never get to watch it because the 4:30 games are going on until 7:30.
Yep. So we know we're getting the whole crowd, whatever the whole crowd is, and we're selling. As our guy who sells the time is like the happiest guy in the world. And
Plus
almost
also-
never do we get 2 1-hour shows on wild card weekend.
Plus, you can get home Sunday.
Yes, I can. Hey, mark my words.
And to Fly Panda fly in our Twitch chat room about the Monday playoff game being BS. Yep, but for $2.7 billion a year, that's billion. You got to give them something.
Yeah. And because of the nature of last Sunday night, Minnesota, I'm sure, is happy they had a little extra breathing time.
It also, I think, guarantees, unless there's an upset, that Detroit will be playing on Sunday, because Detroit will play the winner of the Rams and the Vikings, and they will not make the Rams or Vikings come back and go from Monday to Saturday.
Nope, they will not.
So if there's no upsets in the NFC and the Eagles and the Bucks win, Philly, Tampa will be Saturday in all likelihood, and Detroit will be Sunday.
Yep, I agree with that. And I'm anxious to see the Philly-Tampa Bay rematch from last year when Tampa knocked them off.
That could be our game, by the way.
Larry, it was 60-40 Penn State.
We had a good laugh yesterday with a couple of the players. We were talking to Zach Bowen. What a nice kid, man. I mean, what he's done in 1 year is like, it's off the charts. If you were in a personnel business, to take a guy who's a special teamer with 14 career starts and hand him the starting job on opening day, and he does what he does. And so we were talking about Vic Fangio. Of course, he loves Vic Fangio. Vic gave him the job. So, did you hear what he said? So Jim goes, "Why don't you try to describe him to us?" Jim loves Fangio, and I said, "Hey, and be honest with us." And Zach Bowen says, "He's kind of like the neighbor you have that yells, 'Get off my lawn.'" And that's who Vic is. He's grumpy. I only like one road team.
Chargers?
Oh, yeah. Did you see in Vegas? This would be interesting to you too. So if you want the over-under on wild card winners was 2.5. I mean, I take the under every time.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
With Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show, joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, courtesy of Pinchers. From Tampa to Key West and a dozen locations in between, Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. All right, we got 4 more games to talk to you about. We got a triple header on Sunday. Go. The early one, that's your game, right? That's Bills
Yes.
Broncos?
Yeah, I like the Bills big time in this game. What they do at home, they haven't lost all year at home. They average almost 34 points a game at home. They give up less than 18. Denver's rookie quarterback, I have a feeling he's going to look a little bit like Sam Darnold looked last week. Like him, but I don't think he's got a chance. I talked to Teron Johnson yesterday about it. They're all excited to play this game. I like a lot of things about Buffalo right now. And at the end of the day, you can't even practice for Josh Allen. If you don't see him a lot and they didn't play each other this year, I think it's going to be hard for those guys. Would I give the 9? It was 9 points before it. I would give the 9 points. Take it easy, Denver. You're going to be out of there quickly.
Wow. I'm fascinated by that game because I think Denver's defense is really good. So I'm excited to watch it. I think I'd take the points. I think the Bills are going to win, but interesting that you think that's Buffalo in a landslide in that one. Packers and Eagles. We saw it week 1. The Eagles got them. What happens this time?
Yeah, I like Philadelphia. There's another thing. Talking to Zach Bowen yesterday, very excited about their defense in a game like this. Again, here's Philly. They're 5-2 against playoff teams. Green Bay is 2-5 against playoff teams. Why? Because they couldn't beat their own division opponents. Philadelphia at home, where they're 8-1, where they play really good defense and they get upfield. I'm not so sure that I think Love's going to play, but the elbow, which landed up. I talked to the doctor about that funny bone thing. That nerve goes right down to 2 of your fingers. It might affect the grip on the ball. That's what a doctor said to me. I wasn't taking Green Bay anyway in this game. I think Philadelphia is on a mission. Part of it's because Fangio's running that defense, and they've got a lot of weapons on offense. Hurts will be back, and he only has one game of 300 yards all year, but that's not his game. His game is really run the ball. He runs the ball and throw short stuff. He's not real accurate on the big out route stuff. I like those guys. If it's a 5-point spread, I would give you the points, Green Bay. Sorry.
Very quickly, Pat, what is it that Green Bay is missing? Because clearly they can beat everybody else, but they're 0-5 against the Lions, Vikings, and Eagles. What is it you think, like if you're running the Packers, what is it they need to take the next step?
Yeah. So when I look at those guys, I just think they're not ready for prime time. And they won a game last year in Dallas, and everyone launched them into a status that I don't think they deserve yet. Love is 9-6 this year. Think about that for a second. Yeah, he hasn't thrown an interception now in 170 throws. I get it. And I like the guy. But go look at him. He's 7 road games. The guy's got 9 touchdowns, and 8 sacks. So I don't think he's ready for prime time, although people tried to anoint him early. And then you got to deal with Saquon. Now, both of these teams went out and bought a running back, which is great. And this kind of proves why the running game is back. But I don't think they're going to be able to stop Saquon. I think the guy's going to go crazy. A guy told me yesterday that he did want to go for the record and then thought better of it when he talked to his head coach. But he had gone in apparently to say he'd like to go for the record and then decided to change his mind.
Speaking of prime time, the primetime game Sunday night, Washington and Tampa. It's actually the game David and I are most excited about. Should be a good game. Highest point total from Vegas's perspective. Baker Mayfield getting it done offensively, but we all love Jaden Daniels. Can the rookie quarterback get it done on the road?
I love the guy. But again, here's another guy that's getting sacked too much. Look at his sack ratio, 1 every 8.4, not good. He will run, and he avoids an awful lot of the other sacks that were going to happen. He's averaging 10 runs a game here for the last 5 weeks. He will be dynamic. He'll run around. I love him, but I don't think they're going to be able to handle the Tampa Bay running attack. Go look at those guys. Last 7 weeks, they have almost 1,300 yards of rushing. That's 185 yards a game is about where they are. And it's a two-headed monster back there. And I don't know. I'm a big Baker Mayfield fan, always have been. I love the way the guy plays. Tenacious. Now you say, well, which receiver? I love McLaurin, but not as much as Evans. Evans is really doing a great job, and it's almost 14 yards a catch. And we know that he's going to get thrown the ball a bunch in this one. I will take Tampa Bay at home. I think the game's going to be the best game to watch. Might go back and forth a couple times, but at the end of the day, I'll take Tampa Bay and Todd Bowles.
Bigger advantage for Washington having seen Tampa, granted it was week 1, or bigger advantage for Tampa because Jaden Daniels rushed for 85 yards and 2 touchdowns against them the first time around. Do you think there's either team benefits from the rematch?
Yeah, I think, he's a unique player, and you got to start thinking about how to lock him up. Not that you can, but, they beat those guys by 17 points. So they might throw away some of the worry about him running for 100 yards. Better than throwing the ball down the field. So I don't know how they'll do it, but I have a lot of faith in Todd Bowles. That guy has 100 ways to blitz you, and he might show him 6 or 7 things he's not even seen yet this year. So they are great variety when it comes to handling quarterbacks. I think that's Todd's biggest strength when it comes to game planning. So I think they'll be able to, but I don't think it's going to be one of those corral the guy. I think that kid's so good this year. We'll see what happens next year, but The last 5 games, he's thrown 13 touchdowns. Mayfield's thrown 16. They don't throw interceptions, either one of them. But again, it's the sacks on Jaden Daniels. I don't like where that number is. And Todd Bowles will look at those 22 sacks and go, yeah, I know exactly what we're going to do here. And it's at home for them. So I think the young quarterbacks are all going to look like Sam Darnold at some point in these games.
And then finally, the game David's working Monday night, Minnesota and the Rams. One team's got a quarterback that won a Super Bowl. The other team's got Sam Darnold.
Yeah, this is the game I've gone back and forth on, and I'm going to make my decision as to the Rams. And I don't care where the game's played. I just think with those guys, the thing I love most about this is where I think I can predict some things is, one, we know that Minnesota's going to blitz, and Stafford's one of the best quarterbacks against the blitz in the league. Last time they blitzed him, he was 10-13.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you blitz with either pair of receivers, to be honest with you. I mean, if I'm Flores, I think this time I might actually play it straight. And remember, they met earlier in the year. Rams beat the Vikings in Los Angeles.
Yeah, beat them by 10. And I do like the Rams. And I don't think that Flores can change. I think he sees pressure as what he does. It's guys who throw too much, they keep throwing. Guys who run too much, they keep running. Guys who blitz a lot, they keep blitzing. And I think he will try to do that. And Stafford will handle it, in my mind, quite easily as he goes forward with this stuff. I think you're going to see, and Jim and I talked about this yesterday, you're going to see a lot of bubble screens against blitzes. His ball's going to come out of his hand right outside where it's man-to-man, and they're off to the races with those receivers.
If you're the Rams, do you do what Detroit did to the Vikings and keep blitzing, or do you play differently?
Do I keep blitzing them? Yeah, I'm not letting this quarterback rest. I'd like him to get haunted again. So get after him. All those high throws when the pocket was collapsing in front of him, he couldn't step into the throws. I think the first 4 sailed over the head of the receivers. Those kind of things, I'd keep pushing it like that. And they got some people up front now and the young kids outside. I will say this about Verse. He was the best defensive player for the Rams the first time they played. But he went against, and that's when Darius Shaw went down and my boy Quisenberry came in and he got his butt whipped. That's not going to happen this time. Cam Robinson's over there. Not a great player, but better than Quiz. He'll be able to calm Verse down a little bit, but not enough for me that they're going to be able to have a lot of freedom. I want to go see if Darnold can handle the pressure of the moment, and I'm not so sure he can.
By the way, if there's no upsets in the NFC side, Stafford would go back to Detroit round 2 in the playoffs. Just saying.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be great? And then Philly, Tampa Bay rematch from last year.
Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7, Saturdays 2 to 5 when there's not games, and CBS's NFL Today show. He's got 2 of those this weekend. Pat joined us once again courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Eric Henry next.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paper Supply, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Pat, you're still there. Did you have something you needed to say? All right, making sure. So Abdullah Carter's entering the draft.
Yeah. And he's going to go top 5.
The Browns and Jets are having home games in London. Aaron Glenn denied the Patriots an interview.
Yep. Because he thought it was a token one.
That Venue Sports, David, the joint product launched by ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers, that's been discontinued.
Really?
Yeah. Sportico just reposted it. Pittsburgh has played a divisional opponent in the playoffs 12 times in their history. Care to guess what their record is?
So is this number 12?
This is number 13.
I would guess it's really good. 8-4.
10-2.
Hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood the question. So, in other words, they played either the Browns, the Ravens, or the Bengals.
Right.
Right. Gotcha. And in the past, when Houston was in the division, they played either the Browns, the Bengals, or the Oilers. Got it. Well, yeah, Baker and the Browns beat them a couple years ago. But remember, you got to call Eric.
I know. I'll do it right now. Eric is all set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bobby Carpenter played for the Buckeyes, played in the NFL, does mornings on The Fan in Columbus, scheduled to join us after the top of the hour. We're thrilled to be joined now by Eric Henry. He covers the Longhorns for Horns 24/7. He is in Dallas, getting ready for the game. You can follow Eric on X at Eric C. Henry. Eric, the letter C, Henry. Eric, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
All right. When you look at this game from Texas's perspective, what is it that they do that Ohio State has not seen yet?
That is actually a really good question. The thing that I think Texas does well, I can't necessarily say that Ohio State hasn't seen it, but maybe not to this level. Texas does have an incredible defense that really spearheaded this team to this point. When you take a look at Texas offensively, you can't say there's much there. And it's not that Steve Sarkisian's offense isn't a very talented and potent offense. It's just been inconsistent throughout the entirety of the season, starting with Quinn Ewers kind of getting banged up in the middle of non-conference play against UTSA. Arch Manning comes in. The pass game appears to be the strength of this team through 4, 5, 6 games. But then when Quinn Ewers returns from injury, he really struggles to find his footing, dealt with the abdominal injury, dealt with the ankle injury at Texas A&M. The run game's been inconsistent as well. So again, a very talented and potent, Texas offense will have multiple guys drafted in next April's or this April's NFL draft. But you can't say that from that perspective, Ohio State hasn't seen it. I would say this defense with guys like Jahdae Barron and Anthony Hill and others, that's the thing that at least to a level that can match Ohio State's. Not quite sure if they've seen that just yet.
Is this too comical of a point? And, you just thanked us and credited us with how great a question we asked. Maybe this will be the dumbest question you will have been asked leading up to it. But do you think it will benefit Texas at all that for the first time, maybe this season, that they're the underdog? They had to win the A&M game. That was a blood war. They were favored in the SEC title game. They got a good draw in the playoff. They had to win those games. They were the clear favorites. Do you think it will benefit the Longhorns that for the first time all year, they're entering a game in which everybody's like, yeah, you're supposed to lose?
I actually don't think it's necessarily a silly question. I'll start with Steve Sarkisian, who really has embraced the underdog tag. I mean, when we spoke with him, the final head coaches news conference at AT&T Stadium, Steve Sarkisian was asked, like, hey, do you think, or why do you think your team is the underdog? And he said, Ohio State's great. Everyone thinks they're going to beat us. If I polled everyone in this room, you guys would all say that they're going to beat us. But that's football. That's sport. What I will say to kind of give you a substantive answer is we take a look, the last time Texas was an underdog, it was last season's win at Alabama. That was a game that I would say, did two things. One, it really galvanized this team to really believe in Steve Sarkisian's message. Of course, that first year, they go 5-7. The second year, they go 8-5. They really needed that win at Alabama to say, okay, we can believe in this guy. What he is trying to instill in this program is the right way. But the second thing that I think it really does for Texas in terms of, a mentality is they played their best this year. If you take a look when they went to Michigan, when they went to Arkansas, to Texas A&M, and even games that while I say they played their best, I would make the case that Texas really hasn't played its A game all season. However, when they have risen to the occasion and performed when the moment's been the brightest, that's been when they've said it's 100,000 people or 80,000 people versus 120, right? Or versus, however many, I think it's 115, I think they're allowed to travel with now for those games. That's the way that they kind of adopt that mentality and play their best football. So in a sense, I think it can help Texas, but I still think, this is a really talented Ohio State team, and it's going to take Texas playing its A game to, really have a shot tonight.
Quinn Ewers did not have his A game against Arizona State. He was average at best. What does he have to do differently to get the Longhorns to the title game?
It's a combination of he and Steve Sarkisian. As I mentioned, Quinn got banged up against UTSA 3 months ago with the abdominal injury, and he's never been right. Quinn was performing like a Heisman candidate 3-4 weeks into the year, but ever since then, whether it's been physical or then you take a look at the first Georgia game that Quinn doesn't start the game well, the offense doesn't start the game well, and it's mental where Steve Sarkisian actually benches Quinn Ewers, something that none of us could have seen coming. It's a matter of him, A, being healthy, and B, getting off to a fast start. Quinn is a guy over the past 2 years that I've covered Texas. I mean, he is a rhythm quarterback. And I know you'll say, all right, that sounds kind of cliche. What quarterback isn't a rhythm quarterback? But again, look a little further than that first Georgia game. When things do not start well for Quinn, they snowball. That is when you get the Quinn that turns the football over. That's when you get the Quinn that's missing guys wide open. When they can get Quinn in rhythm, I'm not necessarily talking about, screen passes or, shallow and underneath routes. If you take a look at Texas last year when Quinn Ewers was at his best, it was when they'd get the ball to Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, and Jatavian Sanders, and just kind of give them those easy throws, those 10, 12, 10, 12-yard comebacks, things that get him in rhythm, get him a couple first downs. That's when Quinn Ewers has looked his best. But if Ohio State is able to pressure him, able to harass him early on, it snowballs.
We are talking with Eric Henry. He covers the Longhorns for Horns 24/7. Horns 24/7. Follow Eric on X, Eric C. Henry. Eric, the letter C, Henry. Defense needs to play better than it has so far in the playoff. Wouldn't you agree? 24 to Clemson, 24 in regulation to Arizona State, in which Arizona State was beginning to win up front the longer the game went. Don't you agree that Texas's defense needs to play better tonight?
I actually don't agree with that. Those two games, let me start with the Arizona State game. Guys, you all know this. If your defense is on the field through 3 quarters, entering the fourth quarter, Texas' defense has been on the field for 33 minutes compared to Arizona State's 11. Texas' defense had faced 69 plays compared to Texas' offense, which had only run 24. At a certain point, the dam is going to break. At a certain point, those guys are going to wear down. There were 4 Texas defenders who played over 100 plays against Arizona State, 9 who played 90. At a certain point, your offense has to help you out. And the reason I'm being so emphatic about that is that's the same thing that Texas kind of faced when they played Georgia the first time, right? Georgia scored 23 first-half points. All of their first-half points came on scoring drives of 40 yards or less. That tells you that Texas' offense is turning the football over and not helping them out as far as decent field position. Now, real quick, I'll talk about that Clemson game as well. In that sense, I would say that was a little bit of a surprise that the secondary gave up as many passing yards as they did. But if you wanted to look a little deeper in that, many of those passing yards were in the second half. And again, here's the special circumstance. You're facing a kid in Cade Klubnik, who was an Austin Westlake native, coming home to play in front of the hometown family and friends, and wanted to prove that, hey, you guys never recruited me. So I'll give Texas that special circumstance. But overall, no, I think this Texas defense, quite frankly, needs more help from their offensive counterparts who've been inconsistent now through 15, 16 weeks of the season.
All right, this Jeremiah Smith guy's a problem. How does Texas slow him down?
I've thought about that all week. It's a two-pronged answer for me, and I'll try to make it quick. One, if you take a look when Michigan beat Ohio State, they really kind of, for lack of a better phrase, baited Ohio State into running the football with Henderson and Judkins because they use a light box. They said, hey, okay, we're going to trust our defensive front four, guys like, Kenneth Graham and Mason Graham and others, and say, hey, we think you have enough talent to win those one-on-one matchups. Texas can do that with Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke, and others. They have enough talent up front to maybe kind of say, hey, we're going to do a light box. We'll give you a light box if you want to run into it. And if Ryan Day chooses to, run the ball, sort of throwing the ball to his, star freshman, okay, you have that. Now, as far as from the secondary, what I think you're going to see Texas do, Texas plays a lot of zone. They do not play man. I think the obvious answer is you're going to have your two high safeties and Michael Taff and Andrew McCuba to try to not give up anything deep. And then, if it's a bracket with Jahdae Barron and a safety up over the top, or maybe it's kind of, different. You can bracket, you can maybe move Manny Muhammad in a bit of a man on Jeremiah Smith and throw different guys at him. I think there are different ways to do it from the secondary perspective. And last but not least, I think it's going to be Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill Jr. who need to pressure Will Howard to get the ball out of his hands quickly.
Is there a genuine role for Arch in this game as opposed to people just wanting to see him? Because I thought last night Penn State missed the 8 to 12 snaps that Bo Prabula would have been in the game. They couldn't get any running from the quarterback position and add that extra dimension when maybe they needed it. Is there a genuine role for Arch in this game, or is this just wishful thinking from fans?
I think there can be a genuine role for Arch. However, if you take a look at the times he's been in the ball game after the Texas A&M game, which of course he had the red zone touchdown run, he hasn't really been effective or efficient. And I think the reason for that, the reason why I think there is a role, is that he's, in essence, guys, kind of become, the Wildcat quarterback, right? That, all right, when that guy comes in, there's no threat of pass. And obviously, I'm not saying Arch Manning can't pass the football. I'm just saying they haven't attempted passes since that Texas A&M game when he's been in. It's clear. It's strictly been, okay, we're going to try to spark something here in the red zone, an area where Texas has had issues. They finished 98th in the nation in red zone scoring percentage, and see if we can use Arch's leg. Now, if there is the run-pass dynamic, run-pass aspect, I do think there can be a role situationally for Arch, but I think, again, that's going to be limited to red zone, short yardage. Unless Quinn Ewers does that thing, and I hate to be abstract about it, but Steve Sarkisian never gave us a solid answer on what it was he saw from Quinn Ewers to bench him. He just said he saw something. If Quinn Ewers does that thing, I don't think that Steve Sarkisian would hesitate to make the move again, but I don't see that happening.
Eric, thanks for doing this, particularly at this hour, because you have a long day and night ahead of you. We're very appreciative. Have fun tonight. Soak it up. Hopefully we can talk again soon.
No, well, I appreciate you guys having me on. Anytime I can get on in front of the friends and family in Southwest Florida, Port Charlotte, I will take the opportunity.
That is awesome. Eric Henry covers the Longhorns for Horns 24/7. You can follow Eric on X at Eric, the letter C, Henry, Eric C. Henry, joining us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
He's a Tampa guy, born and raised in Tampa. We talked a little bit before we had him on the air. And so I saw that 813 when I dialed his number and said, wait a minute, I know that area code.
You and I, and we learned this from Gary Danielson, the pressure point. A team needs to have a pressure point, and even if they only have one, they can win the game. And we saw it when Michigan beat Ohio State. The pressure point was Michigan up front defensively, and Ohio State couldn't handle those defensive tackles, and then it snowballed from there. And yes, Will Howard had a bad game, in part because Michigan hit him really hard early. But you need the pressure point to start it. Is the pressure point tonight Texas's defensive line needs to do something like that against Ohio State's offensive line, or otherwise the Buckeyes are just going to do to Texas what they've done to Tennessee and Oregon?
We've talked all year. The Buckeyes have lost some offensive linemen. You question the depth now with teams, and largely Ohio State's been able to get past that. But from the Penn State game to the Michigan game, who did they really play? And when they played Michigan, who had a great defensive front, they were in trouble. Well, the Texas defensive front's pretty damn good.
Yes.
And I am, you and Pat have changed the way I watch games. When I was at the game live last night, I'm staring at the line of scrimmage, not even watching plays all the time initially to see who was dominating. Penn State was able to dominate, in that first half. Notre Dame fixed it. That first drive of the third quarter, they were dominant, the offensive line, and were able to continue that. So I'm just fascinated, David, to see if Texas can find areas in that offensive line where they can move Howard and force, if he can just stand there and throw, he's going to beat you. But if you can move him off his spot, then you put him in a little trouble. And Michigan was able to do that, David.
If Texas can get 2 early stops, just think about mentally what that would do to Ohio State. Think of the role they're on. They've scored 40 plus against Tennessee and Oregon. But also, didn't they score the first 3 times they had the ball against Tennessee? Didn't they score the first 4 times they had the ball against Oregon? I mean, what if Texas wins the toss and defers, and Ohio State comes out and Texas stops them? Just that alone, it's kind of like, it's going to be a different game today, boys. It's going to be a little different today. Miller and Moulton. Bobby Carpenter's finishing up his radio show. We're going to try to catch up with him on the other side. The Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton is next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
She's not dating Trump Jr. anymore. They broke up months ago. I do remember Mike Knuble. That's interesting. There have been some places where they've gone and for whatever reason, there's no water in the fire hydrants. Yes. But
Didn't we used to have Bobby Carpenter on the show kind of a lot when we were in afternoons?
yes. Yes. We had him on at least a half a dozen times.
I'm going to give this right until about 8:59 to call him.
Yeah, or even 9. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. Guys, just for what it's worth, don't politicize the disaster. Don't. It's in bad taste. It just is. I mean, you know, you want to blame DeSantis for the hurricanes? I just don't. It's in poor taste. People are losing their lives. They're losing everything they own. Yes, he could have done better. They could have done better. You know, has that DeSantis Florida legislature given the insurance companies all the power working out for all of us hit by the hurricanes in Florida? How'd that work out? So trust me, they all suck. They all don't have our interests at heart. They're all screwing us. It's just a matter of doing it in different ways. Blow it up and start over, I swear.
All set. He's on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that on this Football Friday, it is the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Thrilled to welcome back Bobby Carpenter. He just got done doing his morning show. Sure, the last thing he wants to do is talk sports for another 15 minutes, but we roped him in. Mornings, 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. You can follow Bobby on X, BCarp3, the letter B, Carp3. Bobby, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
David, Mark, thanks for having me on. Excited to be here with you guys. It was a great start to the semifinal last night with Notre Dame and Penn State there in Miami, and hopefully we get another great finish here tonight in Dallas.
Ohio State has brought their A game twice. Since losing to Michigan, they have dominated in this college football playoff, looking like the team many expected all year long, and largely they were. How do they continue it tonight against Texas?
You know, I think that there's a plan that, I don't know why they wouldn't be able to replicate some of the same successes they've had over the last couple of weeks. Now, maybe That's up 34-0 in the first half. But I think that there is an element of this team where they're a team that's focused. They're a team on a mission. The way Chip Kelly is calling this game, offensively, has been tremendous. Defensively, they've been getting after the quarterback in a big way. They've been stopping the run. They were the best run defenses in all of college football. And against Texas, if you go look at their games, Georgia, less than 35 yards rushing in both games. You look at Arizona State, less than 55 yards rushing in that game. Vanderbilt, another tight game. They had 100 yards, but it was on 33 carries, so it wasn't exactly an efficient or productive day, and they barely won that game 27-24. So if you can slow down this Texas rushing attack, and they have a very good offensive line. They got Weisner, they've got Blue, they've got some good backs, although they were beat up at the beginning of this year. They've had some attrition. Like, you can put you on Quinn Ewers, and Quinn Ewers is good, but he's not the greatest athlete from the pocket. And if you can put you back on him and you force him to make plays on the outside, I'll live with that if I'm an Ohio State fan.
Bobby, what do you think has happened in the last 5 weeks? You know the pressure of wearing that uniform and playing in big games. And I'm sure there were times where you looked around and said, man, we were great today. And there were times in which you're like, man, we felt the pressure today. Is that simply what it was, that they just kind of got overwhelmed in the Michigan game? And ever since then, they're that golfer that's just gripping it and ripping it, and they're just saying, the hell with it.
Outside of that Michigan game, they played pretty well all year. And the Nebraska game, it was a tight one, I think 24-17. It wasn't the prettiest, or 17-13. It wasn't the prettiest game in the world. But they've been pretty good all year. But they've been playing with a slower tempo, and that was by design. And sometimes the Michigan game, rivalry games, take on a life of their own. And, I think some of it was coaching. Coaches, feel it, and the players feel it. And, they didn't really do much up-tempo stuff. They did it some against Michigan, had success. And then I think that once they got to the college football playoff, they all right. Because they had a plan, guys. This is the first year to win you're playing 16, 17 games, to be able to do that. And they didn't want to run as many plays and expose their players throughout the course of the season. And now all of a sudden you see this team coming to life. They're playing faster. They're playing more up-tempo, because at this point it doesn't matter. You pull everything out. You play the way the best suits you. And they don't go up-tempo crazy fast. And they don't do it all the time. But that change of pace with this offense, with the receivers, with the weapons, has been very beneficial. And the defense has kind of been playing great the whole year. The defense played great against Michigan. They did a really good job as far as what they were asked to do. And they're one of the top defenses in the country. They're the top scoring defense, I believe, in all of college football. So if they keep playing the way that they played all year, and you see this offense come out, and Chip Kelly, starts with some of his, people call him exotic. It's just how he chooses to run the ball with play action and move in the pocket. And they get those guys involved, and they've got, arguably the best receiver in all of college football, in Jeremiah Smith. You're able to go do the things that they've done. And I think that there is an element where they had 3 goals. 2 of them you can't achieve. The last one's still out there, screw it. No one expected us to get here anyway. Let's go see if we can win this darn thing.
And I know Michigan, Ohio State, you're right. It's a rivalry. It's a game on itself. However, in that game, when they faced a really good defensive line, and I don't know how many great defensive lines the Buckeyes have faced this year, because I don't know how many great defensive lines there were in the Big Ten. They struggled a little bit. Texas has a really good defensive line. Do you see the offensive line continuing to be as good as it was against Oregon and against Tennessee against this Texas front?
As good. It'll be interesting to see Texas a little different than Oregon and Tennessee, but Oregon's got a lot of pros up there on the defensive front. They have one of the best defensive lines in the country. People talk about Tennessee's depth and how they had the best defensive line, or one of the best defensive lines in the SEC. And Ohio State, what people forget to realize, they lost 3 starting offensive linemen throughout the course of the season, including the Remington Award winner, Seth McLaughlin, on a Tuesday, leading into Indiana. And so you were kind of scrambling, piecing this thing together. So then all of a sudden you lose to Michigan. You have a couple weeks to figure out what the rotation looks like and they're rolling 3 different guards through the 2 spots now. That's proved to be beneficial. They look good. They look efficient doing it. Like, their guys look focused, and they're getting pushed, and they've changed their scheme a little bit. Went away from so much zone blocking, went to more of a gap scheme. That's proved that's proved to pay dividends for them. And some of it's just kind of figuring out your guys, what they do well, and those guys figuring out how to play together. And now that they've had some time to do that, I think that offensive line is playing much better. Well, Texas is good. They're multiple. They bring more pressure. They move guys around. This team is shown they can play really good against 2 really good defensive lines. It's a function of now can you identify some of those different rushers and be just as good.
He was a standout with the Buckeyes, had a nice NFL career. He's Bobby Carpenter. He does mornings on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. You can follow Bobby on X, the letter B Carp, C-A-R-P, and the number 3, B Carp 3. All right, what's your concern, if you have one, for your beloved Buckeyes in this game? What's your pressure point that you're like, I'm just got to see if they can handle this?
You talked about the defensive line. There's elements of that. Can the line be as dominant as they've been and continue to be as consistent as they've been? Keeping Will Howard clean. They haven't turned the football over in the last 2 games. When you don't turn the football over, it's easier to have success. So, did turnovers kind of, pop up a little bit? How would that look? How would you respond potentially after a turnover? Defensive side of the ball, it's like, Texas has some good receivers. It's Texas. They've got 5-star guys. Premiers can spin the ball. Can they make plays on the perimeter? There's 50-50 balls. The defense has been playing great the last 2 games. That's really most of the season since Oregon, the first loss. But, can Texas complete those 50-50 balls? If they can, then all of a sudden that opens up another element as well.
We've mentioned on this just in these past few minutes, both teams have a good defensive line, but both teams can score points. How do you see this game playing out? What type of game script do you see? Do you see a high-scoring game, or do you see it a little closer to the vest?
These games typically don't start off all that fast and then usually pick up speed. I think it'll be decent scoring, like low 30s, high 20s. I honestly, what the game looked like last night, I could see that game looking like this, somewhere 27-24, 31-24, something like that. I don't think it's going to be a game in the mid-30s. I could very well be wrong about that. I think both of these coaches will start the game not wanting to make a mistake. It's not, I'm going to race you to 45. It's, hey, we have good teams. We have good defenses. Let's not turn the ball over. Let's not do anything dumb to put our defense in a bad situation in the back against the wall. So I see it kind of meandering like that. Could be a game, 14-10 and a half, and then all of a sudden you see a 28, 31-28 game where there's a little more scoring in the second.
Would you have liked one of these 12-team, 14-team playoffs in your day, having to win 3-4 games for a natty?
My freshman year, I wouldn't have, because I don't think we would have won it. My senior year, I would have loved it because we didn't end up getting in. I thought that was the best team I was a part of. So when you have the opportunity to win your way in and win through it, that's the ultimate feeling for any competitor. And so, I would have loved it with that squad because, we barely lost to Texas. I would have loved that at cracking USC, another shot at Texas for some redemption. It would have been great. So, understanding sometimes, how your team is built and constructed. We were built in 2002. We beat Miami. It was a close one. We could not have probably won 4 games like that. Other teams I was a part of, maybe a little more equipped and better equipped to be able to handle, a 2 or 3 game run that you would have to make.
Bobby, thanks for making time for us. We're very appreciative. Enjoy the game tonight. Safe travels. Hopefully we can talk again soon.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Hopefully we can get everybody landed here in DFW. They had shut down yesterday. But should be a fun one tonight, and we'll catch up again soon.
Bobby Carpenter just got done doing his morning show on 97.1 The Fan in Columbus. Was on the 0-2 Buckeyes that won the Natty. He's talking about that 05 team. This was when Texas and Ohio State, Tressel and Mac Brown did a home and home. 04, 05, I think it was, and each one at the other guy's building. And so Texas that year beat the Buckeyes. And we all know Texas went undefeated and won the Natty, and so that's what Bobby was talking about. Bobby's like, "Yeah, we would have made the playoff that year if there was, more than 2 teams involved." And he said, "I would have loved another shot at Texas, and then in theory, we would have gotten a shot against USC going for the three-peat." And it's interesting, Mark. His freshman team won the Natty, and he said, "I think our best team was my senior year team." And how many times do we hear fan bases and also players talk like that? Like guys like Ezekiel Elliott, who was on the 2014 Ohio State team that won the Natty, came back the next year. There are a lot of guys who were on both those teams who thought the 2015 team was better. But they lost to Michigan State and didn't make the playoff.
By the way, one of these teams will face off against the other to start next season for their next game, because Ohio State and Texas get it going on August 30th next year.
Right.
Just like Notre Dame, if they would have lost, and they did not, obviously, their next game would have been in the same building because they opened with the Canes.
I kind of like this scheduling. Kind of hoping with the 12, 14 team playoff, we can get more of this.
That's only if the committee values schedule more than W's.
Which is why this was probably Indiana's one and only chance to have the type of year they had and get in.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, David, you'll laugh at this. You remember years ago now when I was the speaker at an MSU event with Kelser?
Yeah.
So the guy that ran that, and I played in the golf tournament and did that, the guy that ran that whole thing reached out to me, and I kind of missed his email. I wasn't paying attention. Then he sent a text here, and Chris sent it to me, which reminded me to get back to him. But they're having a big event because a bunch of people from East Lansing are going to be in town. He runs the Naples Spartans alumni group, and he invited me as like a celebrity to be there at the basketball game. And the best part about me saying yes, do you want to know when the start time is of the Wednesday game? 6:30. Of course I'll go.
That's fantastic. If he asks you to speak, you could say it's the FS1 Big Ten game of the night. Michael McDonald blasting what? This is it?
Oh, there's a lot more than that. Don't kid yourself. That is yacht rock right there. He's on damn near every track. It's either a Steely Dan backup vocal.
Make no mistake where you are.
I think you'd get a kick out of the yacht rock documentary, David. I know you don't have Max. I think you'd get a kick out of it.
I think I would too. You know how fascinated I am by musical artists.
Well, and the one thing they got into, and it's a spoiler a little bit, but Christopher Cross, because they get into a lot of his music. One, he's a pretty fascinating guy, but how pissed off the music, like the Barbra Streisands of the world. He went into the Grammys, won Best Song,
yes,
Best Album,
everything,
Best Artist, Best New Artist. The next person to do that was Billie Eilish. It didn't, it hadn't happened. It went generations without that happening. And apparently he wanted to meet Barbra Streisand, and she was so pissed off she didn't win. He never met her. But the Ride Like the Wind song, wrote on a trip from Houston to Austin, maybe. I think he lived in Austin, was coming from Houston to Austin. Wrote it on acid in the car.
That's just beautiful. So we think the two greatest things apparently that have then happened on acid, writing Ride Like the Wind and Doc Ellis.
Doc Ellis, yeah.
All right.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We'll try to cover a lot of ground here before our final segment in a little more than 15 minutes when we do the good, bad, and ugly, what's on tap. Today was the day when, and all that. There was a question in the Twitch chat room during our interview with Bobby Carpenter, which obviously we couldn't get to because we were interviewing Bobby Carpenter. But you went to the Notre Dame Penn State game last night.
Yep.
In person, Abdul Carter. Better, the same, worse, faster, slower than you thought?
Faster. When he chased down Riley Leonard and forced him out of bounds, he threw the ball out of bounds, but he ran from the opposite side of the field to the sideline. And man, oh man, is he quick.
I think he's better than Micah Parsons.
Wow.
The last guy to wear 11 for Penn State. I do. I think the sack that he had at the end of the first half, he was getting mugged. That was a felony that the right tackle committed on him. And he fended that off with the one arm and sacked him with the other. And there is a player that I never, ever mention and have never ever watched another player play and thought he was in the area code of this player. But Mark, when he made that sack last night, I said to myself, holy crap, that's Lawrence Taylor. And I'm not kidding. I have never seen a guy make a play on Saturday or Sunday in which I thought that was Lawrence Taylor.
One of two plays in the first half that Penn State's going to be haunted by forever. The Aller throw on the first drive that was at the ankles of the receiver. He doesn't catch it. They don't get the touchdown. They recover that fumble. Notre Dame doesn't get points going into the half.
Not saying that's who he's going to be, but I'm just saying for one play even, wow, was that remarkable. Right, and he wasn't 100%. Whew. I'm not kidding. I know there's talk, the kid who won the Heisman. He's terrific. He is. Okay. His best position on Sundays is going to be corner. I can't take him over Abdul Carter. I can't take him over Mason Graham. A big guy in the middle of the defense, an all-pro defensive tackle. A number one corner or an all-pro defensive tackle. A number one corner or a double-digit sack guy off the edge.
I'd go edge, corner, defensive tackle.
I'm taking the corner last. You give me those guys up front.
A corner that can shut down half the field, though, makes your defense better. So much better.
I understand.
That's the reason why Denver's led the league in sacks this year, because they've got a Patrick Surtain.
No doubt. No doubt. But, I'm telling you, Travis Hunter could go 5th or 6th in this draft. There are some real defensive linemen in this draft. This is an unbelievable draft for defensive linemen.
Which means Moulton will be geeked up when we do our draft show. Maybe not your kind of draft, but it's his kind of draft. All
right. Ohio State laying 6 tonight. You taking the points or laying them?
I'm laying them. This A game has been so good. I don't see it stopping. I don't like the way Ewers has been playing. And I don't know how Texas runs the ball. And Ohio State is a Jeremiah Smith. And he's unstoppable.
I wonder if both teams are going to have trouble running the ball. But I agree with you. I think Texas will be one-dimensional, and eventually it'll be too much. I thought Bobby Carpenter made a good point, though. Ohio State's played 2 A games in a row, 2 turnover-free games in a row. Can you play 3 of those in a row? Even if it's a B game, does it allow Texas to get into this game, if you know what I mean? Get them into the third quarter. That sort of thing.
Texas has to have a pass rush. They're going to have to win against the Ohio State offensive line, and they're going to have to move Howard off his spot. If they can do that, they can keep the game close, David.
31-21, Ohio State is my pick.
30. I'll just add it by 3 on each side, 34-24.
All right. To the NFL, Chargers and Texans.
Come on. You're really asking me that question? Chargers.
Oh, I know.
Chargers. Oh, the Chargers.
And they covered the 3, right?
Yes.
It's funny. To me, the Chargers are not as good as they're being talked up. I just think I'm trying to figure out how they've scored all these points the last few weeks. They have one receiver. But I'll go with them. Time for Justin Herbert to win his first playoff game. I'll take the Chargers, and they cover 27-20.
Seems about right.
30-17 Ravens over the Steelers. We've talked about this matchup a lot, so I won't get into it.
I don't think Pittsburgh gets to 17. I really don't. I think they're going to be held to a bunch of field goals. They'll end up with like 12. 15, a weird number because it's Pittsburgh.
Broncos going to Buffalo early on Sunday. 8, 8.5 point dogs. Taking the points?
I'm taking the points. I think Buffalo wins by 7.
I think Buffalo kicks a field goal to cover late. Bills 27-17.
I don't know if the Bills can get into the 30s. I do think that Denver scores the last touchdown to cover, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Packers getting 5 in Philly.
I love this Eagles team. You know that I do. I think they're the scariest team in the NFC. I know everybody loves Detroit, but what Philly has done and their pedigree, I love the Eagles in this game.
Yeah, I do as well. I think Jordan Love is injured. I think he's far less than 100%. And I'm trying to figure out what's the weapon, where's the avenue for the Packers against that Eagles defense. I mean, I think they're going to have to run it in a big way, and nobody's really done that on Philly. So I'll take the Eagles, and I think they cover. All right, Commanders and Bucks, the game we're both most excited about.
I love the Bucks. I think that the point that Pat made about how much Daniels has been sacked, even though the Bucks don't bring a lot with 4, they'll blitz him and they'll put him on the ground. Give me the Bucks 31-20.
Which is right around the over-under, isn't it? 50.5, something like that. So you are, straddling that line. I think that Tampa Bay's running game will be the difference. And I think that the final 2/3 of this game, the Bucs will be able to do whatever they want on offense. Give me late score by Washington to make the game go over, but not cover. 31-24 Bucs.
And we've got plenty of time to get into the Monday game on Monday night, now in Arizona, when the Rams and the Vikings play. But I think you're going to get a really good game. I think it could be a little more high scoring than people think.
Well, if we're right, the divisional round would be Baltimore going to Buffalo and the Chiefs hosting the Chargers. On the NFC side, it means Tampa would go to Philly, and the Lions would host the winner of Monday's game between the Vikings and the Rams.
That's a tough one for you. You have a soft spot for the Vikings.
I do.
And you have a crush on Matthew Stafford.
I do. I do. But, I mean, do I pick anyone or anything over Elizabeth Shue?
No, you do not, David.
No. You know me and my crushes. So, at the end, and my best friend's favorite team is the Vikings, too. So, but I'm going with Stafford. What can I tell you?
I'm with you.
Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts all coming up. Miller and Moulton.
Famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd
at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, do you follow Jimmy Trana or whatever his name is on X?
I see a lot of his stuff, yeah.
I'll do it. Today was a day when, but today's the greatest day in the history of television debuts. And it was on HBO. And he's got the clip. Yeah, he's got the clip from the kid. She's not coming. Who's not coming? Grandma. Said she's not coming and she's crying. Does that mean no Blankenziedi? Hey! And he's like 8.
We all have our favorites, and I've got my biases, but obviously, I just think that was the best television show. It was funnier than you thought. God, some of the scenes were so intense between him and her. Ambient, here's the problem. I don't know how many NFL games I'm even going to be able to see. I'm doing a college basketball game at 4 o'clock tomorrow. I then have to get to an airport for Sunday morning. And I got to fly to Phoenix. And I don't get into Phoenix till late at night. So, and I'm on United. And you usually don't get TV on United. So, I don't know how much I'm going to be able to see. Well, and Delta. You can get TV on Delta. Not all Delta, but a lot of Delta. And that's actually, I was like, my mother was wondering, is it better you going to Phoenix and LA? And I said, actually, no. Because I was on an airline with better seats where I knew I'd get TV on Sunday. And I got in an hour or so earlier than I'm getting into Phoenix. So I can't hear you.
I probably should turn my mic on. Will you get there at least for the Tampa game?
No.
Oh, that's
crap. I don't think so. God. What are my times? No, I land in Phoenix at almost 11 o'clock at night. Monday, do a show, take a nap, do the game, come back, sleep, show, go to the airport, fly home. Yeah.
And you could probably get in late Tuesday, I imagine.
I land around 10 o'clock. have a medical procedure Thursday. And then my guess is we'll get a Saturday playoff game. So Friday I'll be flying out. I just need to make it like 9 more days. If I can get to, Sunday of the divisional round, you get me home at a decent hour, God, I'd be thrilled.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 minutes until we're done yapping. Final segment of the day, final segment of the week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you miss any part of Miller and Moulton, go to millerandmoulton.com. Mark is outstanding at posting every hour shortly after it ends. He oftentimes gets the hour posted before the next hour starts.
Almost every time. It's my goal.
So, like Pat Kirwan for a couple segments today. Eric Henry, who covers the Texas Longhorns. Bobby Carpenter. Yeah, he was. And he said he'd come back, which is outstanding.
He's a Tampa guy.
Got family in Charlotte County, apparently.
Yeah.
Hot damn. Hopefully they were listening. So, and Bobby Carpenter, who starred for Ohio State when they won a natty, and now he does talk radio in Columbus. So if you miss any part of Miller and Moulton, go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Find your maximal self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 or online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com for their Bonita or Naples location. Mention Miller and Moulton and get 10% off. We start today in 1870, and you wonder why some people have a lot of wealth. The Standard Oil Company was created by John D. Rockefeller, his brother, and other business partners. At that time, they controlled 10% of the world's oil.
The world's oil?
Correct. Right. Today in 1949, RCA introduces the 45 RPM record. Elvis records Heartbreak Hotel today in 1956. Today in 82, the Freezer Bowl at Riverfront in Cincinnati. The Bengals beat the Chargers 27-7. And also the NFC Championship. One of the iconic moments in NFL history. Dwight Clark, the catch with 58 seconds remaining. San Francisco beats Dallas 28-27 and would go on to win the Super Bowl.
Do you know what people don't talk about enough in that game? So the Niners take the lead. There's like 51, 53 seconds, something like that left.
58.
So on the first play that Dallas gets the ball, he hits Drew Pearson on a post. I think it was Pearson. Could have been Tony Hill, but I thought it was Pearson, who gets across midfield and gets tackled by what is now an illegal tackle. He got horse-collared to bring him down. He almost escaped the grasp of the Niners defender. The Cowboys were a foot away from countering the catch with a 75-yard touchdown. He gets tackled, but they're across midfield. One play. Remember, they're down 1. They need about 15 more yards. Sack, fumble on the next play. Niners win. But, Mark, by today's rules, add 15 yards to it, the Cowboys actually would have been in long field goal range. One play after the catch.
Today in 1989, then with the LA Kings, the great one, Wayne Gretzky, becomes the NHL's all-time leading scorer with 4 assists. One more than Gordie Howe. 1996, the Dolphins announced Jimmy Johnson as their new coach. 26 years ago today, the greatest show in television history had its debut on HBO, The Sopranos. I'll put my Sopranos up against whatever show any of you want to put up.
There are a few people that thought, was it Mad Men?
Yeah.
Okay, that they think that was better. You know, I'm talking about stuff that has come after The Sopranos. Because if you thought The Sopranos was the best, then obviously you thought it was better than everything else before it. But since The Sopranos, which hasn't been on in like 18 years, there are a few people that think Mad Men was better.
2011, Auburn beats Oregon for the Natty, 22-19.
Brent Musburger, arguably the greatest call in the history of sports. This is for all the Tostitos. They were playing in the Tostitos Rose Bowl.
Tostitos Fiesta Bowl.
Unbelievable. There are not many announcers who could have got away with that.
And 3 years ago, Georgia beats Alabama in Indianapolis 33-18 for the title. George Washington Carver, Willie McCovey, and Jim Croce would have celebrated birthdays today. Frank Mahavlich is 87. George Foreman, 76. And I did backwards. It should have been Rod Stewart first. Rod Stewart's 80. Donald Fagen from Steely Dan, 77. And George Foreman, 76. And Pat Benatar, 72, David. What did I miss? You know, hit me with your best shot.
Fire away. The AOL Time Warner merger was 25 years ago today. How come every time I see AOL, all I think about is the squealing sound of early internet and, you know, waiting for the connection?
Yep. The dial-up connection followed by, hopefully, you had her voice telling you that you had mail.
There's actually people that we know who still have an AOL account.
I'm surprised you don't.
Stop it now. Come on.
Sorry, Tech Time with David will be on immediately following the show today.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
I think we have an all-timer today. I'm excited for the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I don't say that every day. Stories are hard to come by. But for the good, we go to Lake City, Colorado, where wildlife officials and several climbers rescued a bull elk by lowering it down a cliff after the animal became entangled in a rope at a popular ice climbing area. Ice climbing, a recreation that I have no interest in at any point.
Hey, what are you guys doing Wednesday at 7 o'clock? How are we going to do a little ice climbing?
The 700-pound elk was entangled in ice climbing rope, and they had to figure out a way to lower it. The climbers and animal rescue were able to rig up a system to get the animal down. They tranquilized it, and about 12 minutes later, the elk woke and ran off down the canyon. For the bad, we go to Fort Myers, where Stephen McConnell was selling an Apple Watch he had listed on Facebook Marketplace. After the victim paid $500, he suspected the watch was fake and asked for a refund. That's when Stephen McDonald showed a gun in his waistband and demanded an additional $500 through the Zelle app.
Oh, you can't do that.
Lee County sheriffs arrested him. Finally, the ugly. And I think this is an all-time caper. You don't have to, don't worry. It's nothing unsafe for the kids. But, David, for the ugly, we go to Mulberry, Florida, in Polk County, where there are two burglars on the run after robbing a Family Dollar store. Polk County deputies are calling the burglars, Mr. Clean and Miss Dookie. I'll explain. Mr. Clean walked through the store, piling his cart up with $500 worth of cleaning products, Gain, Tide, Clorox, etc. While he was gathering the cleaning products, a woman distracted employees by taking a deuce on the store floor.
Oh, come on. What the heck? That would cause a distraction, though.
She left. The employee went to clean up her mess, and the man ran out the store with the cleaning supplies, I should say.
Yeah, there's no way I'm letting you leave that store. No way. Calling the authorities. I'm holding you down with your clothing around your ankles. Okay. You are not leaving. Nope. In fact, when the cops show up, I say they have to clean it up before you take them away.
And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, January the 10th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. Cape Coral still looking for new police officers, offering a $10,000 bonus for new officers. Other jobs available. All information is at capecops.com.
You sure it wasn't the good, the bad, and the disgusting?
It might have been.
Wow. Damn. Okay. We all know what we got tonight. All right. We got the Cotton Bowl, 7:30, 4-letter network. Ohio State 6-point favorites against Texas. Miller and Moulton have both taken Ohio State to win and cover. It's our poll question, by the way. What do you got tonight? Ohio State, Texas, or Ohio State to win and cover?
52% of you saying Ohio State covers. 30% saying Texas wins outright.
I think you're going to have a lot of people rooting for Texas tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Including Notre Dame. Don't kid yourself. Including Notre Dame. Okay. Maybe at halftime, we can get you to switch over to Big Fox. Now, just bear with me. I know that's a big ask. So, remember earlier in the week, Mick Cronin and UCLA?
Yep.
Man, did he badmouth his team. He did it by player. He did
buried them, destroyed them.
UCLA's first game after their coach publicly destroyed them is tonight, 8 o'clock, Big Fox, UCLA in Maryland. Maryland's a 4.5-point favorite, even though UCLA is the ranked team.
One of two things, David.
Totally.
They either respond and play really well, or they quit on this guy and they're going to get their doors blown off.
Right. This is either 72-64 UCLA or 83-59 Maryland.
I agree 100%.
I would actually take the points. Because you know my theory. You know when you're signing on with Mick Cronin who you're signing on for. Come on now. He's not Mr. Softy.
No, he is not.
You're not signing on with Mark Few.
Kind of athlete, David.
I know, but you're not signing on with Mark Few, okay? You're signing on with Mick Cronin. You know that, or at least you should have. Anyway, NBA tonight, Orlando's hosting Milwaukee, two teams that are pretty close in the standings for seeding in the East. This one I find interesting, and not just because I root for the Knicks. Oklahoma City is so good and so well thought of. They're a 3.5-point favorite going into Madison Square against the Knicks. They just beat the Knicks last Friday.
And the coming off a loss against the Cavs, right? This is their next game.
Right. So, anyway, got that. That's on NBA TV if you're remotely interested. NHL tonight. Got 5-6 games, I think 5 games. Your Wings are on NHL Network taking on the Blackhawks.
Going for 6 in a row.
And Ovechkin and the Capitals hosting the Red Hot Canadiens, who are over 500 for the first time at this point in the season since the pandemic. Since before the pandemic, actually. So there you go. So obviously we got a football game tonight. We got 2 Saturday. We got 3 Sunday. That's before we talk again on Monday.
Soak them in, folks.
Yeah.
2 more college football games.
And 13 NFL. And 6 of them are this long weekend. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Soak it in.
Right. So in other words, at this moment in time, we have 15 games left. You know how many games we'll have left when we talk again? Yeah, 8. Yes.
Time to start paying attention to a few other sports after this weekend, folks.
We're going to have NBA and NHL guests coming up on the show in a couple weeks. Yes, we are. Yeah, I know I just threatened you with that. We're going to have a Major League Baseball guest talking about the offseason. Oh, yes, we are. Uh-huh.
Yeah, we are.
Damn right we are. I booked this show.
I know.
All right, so that's why Mark's
Hot
voice.
stove league, baby. Get fired up.
That's why Mark sounds like he does. He wakes up every morning, looks at the text, and go, who did he saddle me with today? Have a great weekend. Enjoy your football, Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton